Monday, and I am doing a little bit of live stream because that is what I do on Mondays, if not every other day. This weekend was really cool. I watched Bruce run his game for a bit, then I ran my game and hung out with the brother in law, as I said, and then I spent yesterday hanging out with the brother-in-law before he left. He joined us in the game as a Roman warrior and told me he had a lot of fun. He really enjoyed the game Hyperborea, and the kind of happy Monday to you, happy February. This is the time of year when we celebrate all of the contributions that our African brothers have given to the United States. Um, and I mean the original ones that were brought over by England, not these new ones that I'm not a huge fan of. But anyway, which reminds me, yes, the sinners thing I put up there, there's a reason. And that is because last night I decided to take a break from watching Event Horizon, especially since I'd watched it like the day before anyway. So I was like, okay, you know, let's try something new. And how it happened is after I got done watching Event Horizon, this damn show comes on I'd never heard of really. And I start kind of watching it, and it turns out the name of the movie is The Sinners. And it has to do with like 1920s Mississippi, Jim Crow, and all that. Bluesmen, black dudes who had come back from World War One and were trying to do whatever they were trying to do. And then, and here's the best part of it, for no damn reason, and if you haven't seen it, this is going to be spoilers, so you might want to plug your eyes or not, ears or not. But out of the blue, for no good reason, vampires. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. Vampires, just out of the blue. It's like the whole movie starts out like this thing with these black dudes who had been in World War One and came back and then got jobs with the mob and all that sort of thing. And then ended up heading back to Mississippi to do their thing. And then, so it seems like it's just a story about a couple of black guys after the war trying to, like, get their shit together and not be lynched or something by the Klan or whatever, because, it's that way back in, the late 20s and 30s. It's pretty rough. And Mississippi, of all the states in the South, was known to be like the roughest, you know. Like, I can tell you one thing about my grandpa on my mom's side. He hated Mississippi. I don't know why. I think it's because when he worked the coal mines in East Kentucky, his closest buddy on the job was a black guy. So I don't think my grandpa, even though it was back in that time, was had a racist bone in it. Now, my grandmother, who I love dearly more than anything on the planet, she did. But I don't think she picked that up in Kentucky. I think after she had moved down to Florida and got a job as a maid at Disney, because, we were really poor. I think that's when she become kind of racist, because it was like she would be one of maybe the only white woman there working, and everyone else would be, at that time we didn't have Cubans and Puerto Ricans really so much, so it'd just be black people. And I think she might have got treated away because she was a tiny little hillbilly from Kentucky, and you know and there was a little bit of tit for tat that was went on. And part of me, understands it, but then the Christian part of me says, hey, it will never end until someone ends it, right? So if you suffered from white people persecuting you, turning around and then persecuting white people, especially the weakest members of white people, Appalachian hillbillies who could barely afford food, let alone slaves. Uh, you're just. I think what these black women didn't understand is they took a basically good-natured hillbilly and turned her into somebody who just did not like black people because of the way they treated her. Hey, how you doing, Crafting Gamer? Dean Powell, always pleasure, my Viking friend. So yeah, there was that, and unfortunate, but it happened. But so yeah, this movie starts out as a hard time, black people getting abused, kind of starting their own thing, doing blues music, because it's Mississippi and the Delta and all that. And then out of the blue, like I said, it's like there's no even real warning. Fucking vampires show up and start eating everybody. And it's like there's a scene in the movie because the main vampire is like 1,000-year-old Irish guy. And there's a scene in the movie after he's turned like half of the fucking plantation into vampires when they're all dancing around and singing, and he's singing the Rocky Road to Dublin. And then he busts out into like river dancing and shit while like all of the black vampires he's embraced, because he's basically eating black people mostly, are dancing around, clapping their hands and singing the song with him. And later in the movie, they explain that when a vampire makes you a vampire, you and that first vampire share memories. So everything he knew, they knew, and everything they knew, he knew. And yeah, good afternoon to you, Ultra TPGR. Yeah, All American role player. So it was just a really interesting movie. So I think it's on Prime or whatever. It's called Sinners. And if you like a decent kind of action movie, drama, etc., that just all of a sudden like flips expectations and turns into like this whole other thing, you would like it. And the ending is like the best. And it has something to do with these types of people that they talk about in these cultures. Choctaw Indians call them firekeepers. The Irish called them Finlay or whatever, and the West Africans called them Ooga Boogas or whatever. I don't remember the name, like Bougwans or whatever. But these are people that are born with the ability through song and music to actually cause the ancestral spirits of their people to arrive at whatever's going on, right? And apparently the ancient Irish vampire had been one, but now that he's a vampire, he's dead. So he can't be one anymore, right? He can't contact his ancestral spirits. But one of the Black Blues guys is one. And so that's the whole treasure of the movie, is that Irish vampire really wants to get his hands on the Black Blues singer because he wants him to sing with him so that he can see his ancestors again, because it's been 1,000 years for him, right? And there's a scene in there. I know I'm spoiling a little bit, but if you watch it, I'm not. But there's a scene where the blues singer starts singing. He's playing his guitar, and it's like Robert Jordan Johnson kind of stuff. And all of a sudden, you see like these African tribesmen show up, like in the crowd dancing, but the crowd can't see him, but he can. And then like Bootsy Collins shows up because apparently he can attract ancestral spirits from the future. Bootsy shows up next to him with his bass, and he's freaking getting down and shit with the glasses, dressed up like an alien. Fucking, it's crazy. It's crazy. And the vampires are all like really traditional vampires. Or your house, garlic and holy water and stakes to the heart f's them up, and the Irish vampire and two white people he embraced on the way. They want to join the black, club, and they're talking about we can play music, and they start playing songs and stuff. And the black guys are actually getting down with it. They're like, yeah, that's actually these guys are good. Like you got this 1,000-year-old Irish vampire with a banjo just getting crazy with it, right? And they're like, so why don't you all invite us in? We got money to spend. We're here to drink and dance. And luckily for the whole everybody in the club, there was like this voodoo woman from Louisiana there, this black voodooista or whatever they call them. And she knew there was something effed up, but she didn't know what they were. And she kept calling them haints. Now, haints, why she used the word haints, I don't know, because I'm pretty sure that's an Irish or English word. And it means like evil spirits, a haint, right? And then she finds out she's wrong. They're not haints. They're actually vampires, which apparently are way, way worse than haints, So anyway, yeah, it was a movie with a mostly black cast. The bad guys are predominantly all white. And it had a black director, and me, the guy that I am, I loved it. I thought it was so fucking well done. The acting on every side was great. The story was really cool because it was creepy. Not the first half, like I said, isn't. It's just these two brothers that got back from World War I, spent some time in Chicago working for the mob. Because, black guys used to run errands and do hits and shit for the mob back then because they were expendable and cheap. And they come home to their freaking plantation to open up a juke joint, as they called them. And everything starts off kind of cool, and then it gets really bad really quick. But I mean, yeah, I won't ruin the end, at least, because the end is the best part, actually. The very end is actually like I watched it and I loved every bit of it. But when the very end happens and you're just like,
you're talking about Sinners, right?
Sinners.
Yeah. Okay.
Did you see it?
Not yet, no.
Well, I highly recommend it.
A lot of people have. I'm just going to wait. I tend to do my horror films and my stuff like that later in the year, not early in the year.
It just came out, and it accidentally came on after I'd watched Event Horizon.
Oh, yeah.
And then I was like, yeah, I was basically too lazy to get out of bed because I was watching Event Horizon on Prime.
Yeah.
And I had lost my remote somewhere. So I was like, it's probably in my blankets, honestly. And I was just laying there, and it came on, and I was just like, nah, let's let this go. Let's see what this is about,
That's the best way to catch a good movie is when you weren't expecting it. You just came out and you just watched it with nothing. You weren't prepared for it. And it's a good movie. Man, that's great.
Never even heard of it. I'd never even heard of it.
Huge last year. Everyone was talking about a lot of the criticism around it was that I think it was that it seemed to borrow a lot from Crossroads or something like that.
I don't see that criticism.
No, I haven't seen the movie, so I can't speak to it either way. But
because there's no devil. There's no devils or demons in this.
Anyway, I don't know. I haven't seen it.
As a matter of fact, it actually talks, like I said, about these special people in certain cultures, like in the West Africans, the Irish, and the Choctaw Indians, who apparently could use song or music to contact their ancestors.
Mm.
And that was the whole thing. And the vampire had been one of those. But now he wasn't because he's been dead for 1,000 years, right? But he desperately wanted the black blues singer, who was one of those, to use him so that the vampire could see his ancestors again. And the white vampire was the least racist person in the movie, including the blacks. And they explained that, I guess, because his name was Remick. He had lived through all of the oppression the Irish had suffered under the British, Cromwell and everything. So he was like totally not with that, right? And he was trying to convince these people that were against him that if they joined him, you know, they would all be equals and family and blah, blah, blah. And all the people he turned into vampires were like equals with him and family and, you know. And like I said, there is a scene when they're singing the Rocky Road to Dublin, except they're all covered in blood and they're dancing around out front of the juke joint, you know, like showing off to the guys hiding in the juke joint.
Terrible vampire.
It's pretty fucking cool.
He should have done the Tremere thing and blood bonded them so they couldn't betray him.
No one betrayed him.
But they could have, and that's the issue.
And I'm leaving out some major, major twists and plot points. So anyone who just heard me talk.
Oh, sorry, my bad. It's Dusk Till Dawn crossed with Brother Where Art Thou.
That is closer. That's a bit closer, but only if Brother Where Art Thou is supernatural when they sing and can contact the ancestors.
Yeah, the slide stuff's different.
But otherwise, yeah, it's that same era, the Jim Crow South or whatever, you know. And you got the twin brothers that are played by the same guy, and one of them's pretty nice, but the other one's a hard ass, and just a lot of stuff. You got the blackest pitch black chick from Louisiana that throws bones and reads freaking tea leaves and all that shit. And and vampires. You even have Choctaw Indians. They're trying to chase down the vampire to kill him, but he gets away from them, so they flee. And when they look and see the sun starting to set, they haul ass because they're all like, yeah, no. You know what I mean? Like, sun's getting ready to set, time to head on back to wherever we're from, which apparently was Arkansas, but they were in Mississippi chasing a vampire. Like I said, I've told all this that I've told for 17 minutes. I haven't ruined the movie at all. Cool. There's so much going on that I have not even touched on that you can ignore whatever I've said. Go into the movie knowing that there's going to be some vampires or something. Fuck it. And just watch a movie and still be like, damn. You know, there's a lot of twists. There's a lot of turns. A lot of shit happens you don't expect to happen. And they captured that whole Jim Crow Mississippi plantation cotton stuff perfectly. You know, I mean, that's why I'm glad I'm from Eastern Kentucky. We were so poor we couldn't really afford slaves, so we never had to deal with that. You know, man, oh man, I saw somebody Asmongold was watching on a short, one of your brothers. And he was very angry, Bear, an angry man. He's talking about Canada effing itself out of spite, how Trudeau has ruined all your shit, and then you had a bunch of people stupid enough to just vote Trudeau's clone in. I don't know where this guy was from, whether it was Ontario or Quebec or wherever he's from, but he was very angry. He was very mad. He was being like, I'm a Canadian. I'm sick and tired of this shit. He's like, people think we're too nice. And he's like, no, we're not too nice. We're fucking soft. We need to wake up and realize this is bullshit and we're tired. We're not taking it anymore. You know, he said, there's a difference between being polite and being soft. He said, we used to be badasses and now we're just soft. We just let people walk on us. And he said, he was not happy. He was very unhappy. And as I watched it, I thought, Baird probably like and agree with this guy, you know.
Maybe, maybe not. There's a certain type of Canadian I don't get along with.
Well, this guy was just saying, you know, it's time to flush out all of the Trudeau shit and the government mismanagement.
I agree with that. I 100% agree with that.
Well, that's what he was saying. He wasn't making any sort of Honestly, he didn't say anything I would consider like beyond the pale. It was all politics.
Yeah, but you and I have a very different measure of the pale.
Yeah, okay. But I kind of think a little bit. I know you a little bit. So if you're worried that he was complaining about mass immigration, he wasn't.
Well, I don't give a fuck about that. I complain about mass immigration.
And he wasn't complaining about different ethnicities there or any of that shit. He was just really mad at mismanagement of government funds and how Trudeau and his ilk have just effed Canada over. And every time Canada strikes a good deal with any other country that's going to make Canada a bunch of money, they stop it. And he's like, why the fuck are you sabotaging our country?
Next time you see something like this, you think I'm going to send me the link, please.
Send you the link. Yeah, that'd make it a lot easier than me trying to explain this guy.
Exactly.
Well, like I said, it was Asmongold, and he watched the guy rant, and Asmongold's like, the guy's got a point. He's not wrong. So, you know what I mean? Because Asmongold has a lot of shorts where he watches some other person, then he decrees whether he agrees with them or not.
Yeah.
And that was one of them. The other one was a black guy ranting, saying, if black people feel like they can still be mad at white people because of slavery, then I feel like I should be mad at black people because them, I'm not going to say the word, sold my ass into slavery. He's like, it's not like 47 white guys showed up in West Africa and just started rounding us up. You know what I mean? He's like, so if you guys are going to hate on white people for slavery, I'm going to hate on you. And he was a black dude. And Asmongold's just sitting there listening, like, you know, he's got a point. He's got a point, right? You know, like, so I don't know what the guy's point was, whether he's trying to make a joke of the thing or not, but he did have a point. Because he was saying, if you want to be mad at somebody, be mad at the people who sold your ass. Maybe a little more than the ones that bought you. Not that either side is necessarily moral. You know, owning people is not a good idea. You work for the Romans, though. Honestly, slavery has existed. It's probably the second job after prostitution, being a slave. You know, and there are cases where slavery is actually, while not great, not completely evil. Like there are cases in some ancient cultures where you could actually sell yourself to somebody as a slave. And basically it just meant you had to do a bunch of labor for them, but they had to feed you and house you. So if you were a bum on the street starving to death, I don't know, selling yourself into slavery to some rich guy that's going to make you pick crops all day might be better than starving to death. I'm just saying, you know.
I'm going to go make a cup of coffee while you guys get this out of your system.
I'm talking like ancient Semitic cultures did this.
I'm not debating that. I'm just saying this conversation is not comfortable and I don't want to be a part of it.
Not comfortable. History not comfortable.
No. Slavery not comfortable. And I'm tired of hearing these fucking discussions.
As long as humans have.
I know it has, but we don't need to fucking talk about it for the rest of human existence either.
I like to.
I know you do, you little fucking troll. In your little troll hat, looking like you should have a gem in your belly button because you're a little treasure troll.
A little trench troll. If anyone's a trench troll, it's you fucking Canucks chucking canned food at the Germans. Slave trade was more. Yeah, but that's later on. I'm talking like Neolithic, you know, slavery, or maybe the ancient, like 10,000 years ago, Hebrews and shit. I mean, in the Old Testament, the whole point of the Jubilee, which was every 7 years, is you had to free the slaves that you owned. That was like a thing, right? But in those times, the way a person become a slave is they literally sold themselves to you so that you would take care of them and they wouldn't die. And then in return, they had to work. And but you're not wrong, Ultra TP. That's just much later on. If you ever read Thomas Sowell's outlook on it, he, like, of course, being a genius, studied it. And slavery, yeah, it existed since the first tribes. It existed everywhere. But the thing that changed is in all of the really early slavery, the people who were being enslaved were typically the same people as the people enslaving them. Because it was a matter of if you live somewhere, let's say in the Germanic regions north of the Danube or whatever, right? Well, those guys weren't getting around enough to actually buy African slaves. So they would just enslave their weaker neighbors who were ethnically identical to themselves. They were all Germans. And the Vikings did it. That's where you end up with thralls who are just the weak Vikings that got made into slaves. I mean, yeah, slavery existed for probably 100,000 years, but it was always people, like I said, enslaving the people that were of their own ethnicity. Once we got the ability to like sell across continents and shit reliably, then that's when you see slavery become, different. I mean, the English had slaves back in the Iron Age and Bronze Age, but the people the English enslaved were themselves English. They're just from another clan or whatever. I mean, it was super, super a common thing. But yeah, rules were totally different too. It got worse as it went on, as things tend to do, because like Egg says, these things start very small. But then, yeah, I'm a huge fan of Thomas Sowell. I've read quite a few of his books, so I know a lot of people might not like what he says about it, but the guy, I think he's
Dang it, we lost.
100%.
Oh, there you
I'm
go.
back.
You're
I
back.
was just saying, Thomas Sowell, I think he's a genius, absolutely, and I believe his research over a lot of other people, 100%. And yeah, and this is what he says about it. But I mean, I will say this: Bear has a point. The slavery thing, much like the N word, much like all of this other shit, would probably go away if we just stopped talking or caring about it so much. But for some reason, it's been so pounded into the psyche of our civilization. Not just like some people, like our entire civilization has just been completely immersed in this thing that it's become literally hard for anybody not to talk about it. Especially on the first day
Why
of
am I the
freaking
big? Put me back. I want to be the big cheese. I want to be big. I want to be little spoon. Put me in my cuddle spot.
the little spoon. Okay, bro. Yeah, so like, yeah, I mean, on the other hand, I totally get it. I get where you come from, Bear.
So the problem is, and this is really simple, the leftists use it to make hay, right? Because they can use it because it's such an outrageous thing that you can't speak against it. Like, America was built on slaves. You can't go, no, it wasn't, because it kind of was. And you're kind of like, all right, fine. But the problem is that the right, instead of taking the higher ground, going, you know what, it was horrible, and you're right, and it should never have happened, and we apologize for anything any of our ancestors had to do with it, and leave it, and just stop right there. It would let the left look like the insane people. But the problem is that the right then goes, yeah, but other people had slaves, and Republican, Lincoln was a Republican, and they just keep making all these arguments that keeps the fight going. One side has to stop. That's how you end arguments. One side.
I can't
stops.
believe you're giving me this speech.
Why is that?
I mean, after me having
I've
given
stopped.
you the speech.
Well, but I stopped, didn't I?
You did, though. So, okay, never mind. It means you learned.
And by the way, that person's still fucking with me.
Yeah, I don't understand. He subscribed to me years ago. This guy used to be super cool. And I don't understand why he's got a freaking vendetta for you. It's not like you stole land or knocked up his sister or some shit. I don't get it.
No, I don't either. And I don't care anymore. I'm done.
You
And that's
didn't
why I
go
stopped.
AWOL from the Confederacy. You didn't rob a bunch of people.
No. Listen, I stopped, and that's
You
where I'm
literally
at, as I
did
said.
nothing worthy of a vendetta.
Nope, but there it is. You know, so what are you gonna do? You just live your life and move the fuck on.
Yeah, that's all you can do. I did my part, and I thought
Yeah.
I explained to your countrymen that, sometimes you just got to not be a douche and let shit
Well,
go. But
what games you playing these days, Timmy?
you fucking Canadians.
Let's see. I just had my White Wolf game yesterday, and I got my mouse today.
Hello, Satya. Oh, you got a
your
mouse. Yeah, I need to
Yeah,
get a mouse
my
for
computer
this
mouse.
computer.
One of
Yeah.
these?
Using a little
Yeah.
touchpad sucks.
Yeah, nice. They're perfect. I hate touchpads.
Yeah,
that's
well,
what
I've
my
been using
sister-
touchpad every time I stream. It's with using the touchpad.
I'm trying
My
to change
sister in the
side-
90s.
Sorry, go on.
That's okay. Go ahead, finish. I stopped. I was letting you speak.
Yours is probably more important than what I was saying.
Not at all. Zero importance in what I was about to say.
I'm just trying to change my mouse buttons on this stupid thing because it decided that by default the side buttons are numbers 1 through 12 on the keyboard.
What'd you get?
Okay.
Like a Naga or something?
Corsair.
Yeah, I was gonna say when I used to be big into FPSs and shit, I used to have one of those big fucking that had the whole keyboard on the side.
For War Thunder, I
I
wanted
had a Razer Achi at one point, but
for
don't
War
like it.
Thunder, I wanted a few extra buttons, and I was hoping that it wouldn't be defaulting to number pad.
Mm.
Yeah,
In the
mine
90s,
was a Razer, but it was the Naga Bear, the one that came with like the green freaking 3-headed
Yeah.
serpent thing on it.
Yeah, this one had that sticker, but it was the Ochi. I mean, in the 90s, my sister, she still does to this day, works for the Canadian government as an accountant. They gave her a laptop, and the laptop had the best thing. And she was letting me use it because I had to put some stuff out and fix her for it because she knew nothing about computers. It had a trackball that plugged into the side, like in a pre-USB. I don't know if it was a SATA or whatever. Was it plugged into this interface? And it was literally just a red ball on the top, and it had a button up, like two buttons up at the top. Like you put two fingers in the ball and you move the ball with your thumb, right? And click, 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 and thumb. It was the most amazing, easy to use fucking thing I've ever dealt with in my life. So I've been really into the idea of trackballs, and every trackball I've picked up since has just been garbage. Just nothing like that. It was the weirdest thing. It was a Toshiba, and it had the best trackball I've ever seen in my fucking life.
I don't know what the wife is using right now, but for a long time she had one of those trackballs. The kind you just kind of rest your hand on, and yeah, like what you're saying, you got the thumb here and the.
Well, yeah, but this one didn't have the hand rest. Like, other than they have that hand rest thing, and the ball's a little raised up. This one was like just literally like a half moon or a half. What do you want? Wait, you hear me talking? You gotta. Okay. Anyway, it was really comfortable and it worked really well. And sadly, I've never found anything like it.
So, what were you showing off there? One of the plague blankets your people gave to the natives?
Yes, that's exactly what I was showing off. It was a plague blanket. No, I was just trying to be a pain in the ass. That's all.
It didn't work.
No, I know. But this guy figured out how to be a pain in the ass, and it worked.
Well, that's his job. He's a cat.
Mm-hmm.
What White Wolf game are you playing, Timerson?
It's that one custom one where it's like a fantasy setting, but with the White Wolf rules.
Yeah. I mean, why not, right?
Yeah. We're playing nobles, and well, last game did not go so well for me. I've been rolling really bad. I have like 10 to 11 dice on certain rolls. Barely can get a success on that.
It's because you suck. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. That was out loud. My apologies.
Apparently.
It could be true, though. I've got a friend that plays with us on occasion, and this guy sucks when it comes to rolling dice. It's like the only way he can
I've
be
heard horror
successful
stories.
is if there's no way to fail, because if there's any way to fail, he'll figure it out.
I heard about one guy who was like, after like 2 months, haven't rolled a successful hit.
Yeah, that's the guy I'm talking about. Yeah, after like 4 entire games of playing Hyperborea, he never hit anything.
Basically, the one that I was talking about, he basically decided to just become a tank so he could do something.
Yeah, this guy decided to become a support class. So now sometimes he don't even try
Really?
to hit. He just runs around
Really?
like bandaging wounds and shit.
Really? You want to do that?
It's
Really?
like, he just
What do you think?
cannot fucking hit anything
Asshole.
to save his
Come on,
life.
you're down.
But so our game the other night, it worked out okay, even though the three main fighters in the group ended up getting paralyzed by ghouls.
No, not ghouls.
But luckily,
did Janet play a flute for them?
tomb ghouls, no. But luckily, the mage had his once per day icicle blast magic power saved, and so he rolled the hit and did like 2d6 plus 2 damage and managed to kill the last of the ghouls before shit got even worse. But and then they got in a fight with some Draugrs, and the freaking Roman warrior stabbed the Hyperborean cleric in the back. He didn't mean to, but that's just how it went, And yeah, it was pretty cool. It's pretty cool. They're going through the tomb of Ulfganar, the Beast Master, Beast Lord, Lord of Beasts, who's like a ancient barbarian from the time of the Green Plague, because they need to get a special weapon that they can then use to kill this beast that was unleashed and is cursing the village. And it shows up every Wednesday night and tries to drag someone off and kill them. But if the guards manage to fight it off and destroy it, it just turns into smoke, but then it just comes back the very next Wednesday. So there's no way to kill it except with this one specific weapon. And that's what they're looking for.
Good for them.
So yeah, so far everybody's picked the game up pretty quick, and they're enjoying it. I mean, I think the setting still is kind of weird for some of them. Like when I talk about, okay, you wake up in the morning, the sun is barely above the horizon, casting a faint reddish glow over everything, and you can see Saturn hanging in the sky, and they're all like, yeah, that's weird. And also it's cold because you've been moving towards the center of the continent, so it's gotten a little bit colder. And of course, Hungar's happy because he got to spend like 200 gold and bought a mammoth. And he drives the mammoth. And the rest of the party rides on the back of the mammoth. They bought one of those,
gondolas or whatever they're called.
Yeah, whatever they're called. So the rest of the group just kicks back while he has his little hooked stick and guides the mammoth around. Not the fastest mount, but the fact that also not the cheapest. He eats 2 gold pieces worth of fodder a day. And if you don't feed it enough, it can go berserk and literally try and kill you. Because they're not super well tempered, these mammoths, it turns out. He's like, boom, my chair, bitch.
What are you doing?
Look at him looking at you. He's like looking you right in the eyes, like, you think you're the boss of stuff?
Down.
It might have cost more than 200 GP. I'm just saying what I seem to remember. And I know they paid a lot for the thing that they strapped on its back. Also, the fact that, like, this is the scale of one. So if you compare this with, like, the scale of a human, they literally have to climb up this thing to get on it, right?
Pretty sure a warhorse costs more than 200 gold.
Huh?
I think a warhorse costs more than 200 gold.
Well, that's in one game or another. Remember, in 4E AD or 4E D&D, a plate mail armor costs 50 gold pieces. So yeah,
that's
guys.
cheap.
Well, they wanted the paladin to be able to start the game with plate mail.
Yeah. In 5th edition, they don't make it that cheap.
Anyway, those of you who have the rule book, you can tell me what mammoths cost. I don't know. I won't argue about it, but they bought one. They had enough money after the innkeeper
Timmy
gave them
wants to
1,000
argue.
bucks gold.
No, I don't.
Why are you taking away Timmy's right to argue? Timmy wants to argue about costs.
Not
Timmy
really.
wasn't arguing. It's ultra.
I'd be
RPG,
happy.
right?
I'd be like, oh, really? Okay, I'll buy 10 of them.
I'm sorry. Sorry,
Hey,
I
All-American RPG
listen. All I heard was Hyperborea, blah blah blah, blah Hyperborea, Hyperborea. So I tuned out. So I thought it was you.
Yeah.
Timmy. My fault.
We'll keep tuning out.
Okay.
I will tell you this, my friend from Arkansas. Unless you play Hyperborea, shut it.
Ooh.
I'm not
Also-
going to show up to whatever game you play and start talking shit about your game. But
Also, Mother's
anyway,
Day tonight.
so yeah, they
show to
bought
where you
this
work and
mammoth.
knock the dick out of your mouth. Yeah.
They have to like feed it a lot, otherwise it'll go into a rage and stomp Hungar's character to death. Well, and anyone else nearby too. You know, they can be temperamental.
I can't wait
And
for Hungar's game
yeah,
tonight.
so they've been riding it. They rode it out of Cremorium down the causeway that eventually leads to Swamp Gate. And then they went into the wastelands of Vol, where they found the town of Herat. And it's been kind of not really good for them because the chieftain of Herat, a Celtic chieftain, he's the chieftain
Petula
because
wants to know
he,
what-
in the very near or the very recent past, murdered his father.
Paul wants me to talk about my White Wolf game.
And since he murdered his father, he kind of went a little crazy, right? So you've got one guy in the town that's been going to all the neighboring towns to like convince adventurers to come and try and end the curse. Yeah, the mice had the removable ball that you had to take out and clean on occasion, right? And
Yeah,
what is actually happening, though, is because the chieftain of the town is so paranoid about holding power, especially since he murdered his father to do it, that while the one guy in the town is going around hiring adventurers to go to the town to solve the thing, the chieftain has been working behind the scenes to kill the adventurers. Like ambush them in the forest or set them up to die, you know? And yeah, it's because the chieftain, after killing his dad, he's kind of crazy now. And what else is going on? Oh, the assassin that found the altar of Cthulhu a couple weeks ago. She's starting to have weird nightmares about a weird city deep under the ocean with like non-Euclidean physics. And every night she feels like she's getting closer and closer to these giant gates. So she's starting to realize, like, she talked to this old witch, and the witch was like, yeah, we need to do a ritual to unbind that. It's bound, like, this cursed idol has basically bound itself to her very soul. And she's like, well, what'll happen? And she's like, well, eventually you will dream your way into the presence of the great dreamer, as she calls Tulu, at which point you'll go completely insane. So the Amazon assassin's like, yeah, I don't think I want that. So they got to, do that. And in order for the ritual to work, she has to make a resurrection saving throw, which I think she's got like an 85%. Or it actually moves her closer to the final thing that's going to happen, right? And she's all like, why would anyone make this? And I was like, what if they worship Tulu? They just want to have this idol so they can because maybe if you worship Tulu and you go and you make it to the gates where you encounter him, I mean, you're probably already insane since you worship Tulu in the first place. But maybe if you're a worshiper of him and you've been making, sacrifice and stuff, maybe he would teach you some magic or something, right?
No, you'll just still go crazy.
But unfortunately for her, she worships Demeter because she's an Amazon, and the Amazons all worship Demeter, and they all kind of make fun of Apollo. They think Apollo's like basically a simp ass bitch.
Now, if you're crazy enough to worship Cthulhu, I bet you could think that you'll get something good out of it.
Well, I have news for you, Timmy. All of the Eskimos that live in the frozen parts of the continent near Ling are Cthulhu worshippers.
Well, because they're crazy. They live in a cold place for some weird reason.
They kind of keep it on the DL, but yeah, that's their thing. Yeah, they're waiting for Cthulhu to rise up and destroy the world, except for them, or maybe them first, however it works. So, you know what? Another thing, Ultra TPGer, and I hope you didn't leave when I was like, whatever. You have to remember that on the continent of Hyperborea, mammoths are not rare. Like herds of them stomp around the fucking tundra. So, as a matter of fact, it would cost you a lot more money to get a normal elephant because you'd have to import it from like the jungle islands on the edge of the continent. And then you would be fucked because the second you tried to take it to the headlands where it's just frozen all the time, it'd die. So, yeah, that is why everybody rides shaggy ponies and uses mammoths as the standard. Mammoths and muskox are the standard draft animal. And mammoths are way more important. Muskox are way more expensive. Muskox are pretty cheap. They're not super expensive. And in addition, they also seem muskox, a trained muskox also is a lot less likely of stomping your guts out and rampaging through a city. So yeah, they tend to be a little bit more popular with people and cheaper, but the guys, you can't. It's like, unless you're a Royal Canadian, you can't actually ride a yak, which is what a muskox is. So the party didn't want one because, they don't have enough gear and shit on them to worry about needing a pack animal. So, yeah. So, yeah, my brother-in-law, who has been a AD&D second edition player for like 20 years, he's a little older than I am. He slipped right into the role of the Roman. Oh, not Roman. I lied. He's not Roman. He's Greek. Like, he carries a big hoplon. He's got like weapon mastery and the spear and the short sword, the facada. He wears bronze breastplate. He's got the big Corinthian style helmet and everything.
Talking about weapons, what should my my mad scientist use as a weapon?
Some kind of rotating automatic pistol or rifle or something like that. Or maybe some kind of lightning gun.
I was thinking of freeze gun.
Well, the freeze gun has its advantages because when you use it, you can say, everybody freeze. If you shoot a bad guy, you can say, chill out.
Stay cool.
Stay cool.
What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age!
Ice to see you.
Yeah. Which that's wrong, though. The Ice Age didn't kill the dinosaurs.
I know, but that's what Mr. Freeze said in that movie.
Everybody knows the dinosaurs were wiped out by the Atlanteans.
Yeah. They overfarmed them.
And it was all part of their plan to get rid of the intelligent serpent men who sometimes were controlling the dinosaurs. What are you, Johnny Snow? What's up, Hosh? How you feeling? Did you do what I said last night and go to bed at a decent hour so that you could actually hang out with your brother sometimes instead of being a bitch?
Ooh, it's fighting words. Huh?
I say all that out of love, though, because he's been worried. He's had some personal shit going on, and I've been like, look, dude, every time I call you, you're like sleeping because you're up all night worrying and shit. And it's like, stop. Taken away from my hoss time. I don't like it.
What about you, Bear? What's your character gonna be like?
Gunslinger
Gunslinger.
from Canada.
Nope.
They call him the Yukon Kid.
Nope.
That would be kind of cool, though.
No, his name's going to be James McKee, and he's going to be from the Volunteer State. And
No, that's Tennessee, bro. Come on.
I know I'm fusing you and Cody together into one being.
Huh.
That's
Okay,
what I'm gonna do.
that makes sense.
So I'm actually going to call him Cody McKee. That's it. It's going to be Cody McKee from the Volunteer State, and he's.
You can name
gonna
your
be gay.
character after
It's gonna
the
be-
name
he's
my
gonna be
mom
really-
wanted to name me.
What was that?
Cole.
There you go. So it's Cole McKee, and he's going to be really gay. Like he's going to be super gay. He's going to be
Oh,
so
young
gay.
McKee. Yeah.
He should be a complete, he should be a fangirl. That's how he should be, like literally.
No,
working
he's
on-
not going to be super gay. Like
Oh,
he's going to be
gonna be
deeply
super gay.
closeted.
No, he's going to be out and proud. He's going to wear
I
rhinestones.
can't be out and proud in 1870.
Yes, you can. And if anyone asks me why, I'm going to say because the Manitou made me do it.
If you make him really, really effeminate and gay, people are going to assume he's Canadian. That's not cool.
Stop, please,
Oh yeah, I can get back. I can turn
take
shit
it.
around too.
That's not turning it around, buddy. But well thought. Where the fuck's Shadow, man?
I don't know. He posted something about one of the memes about me, and I posted, and it was just saying that means you're gay. Back to him. So we've been going off on Discord about shit. Just me and Shadow yucking it up. Oh, Dean Powell had some shit to say too, so I had to straighten him out too.
Well, what Dean Powell have to say?
He's like, I can't wait to the next game he's super, hyped about. So I gave him the speech from Reese about the Terminator. You cannot be reasoned with. You can, and he absolutely will not stop.
Where did you put this? Where did you guys post this?
Oh, it's in the meme thing. Oh, he made some good memes of me too. Like one of them, I'm like a naval captain, and like another one, I'm like a goth. But I don't like the pants because I never wore those fucking strappy gay pants.
James
But,
McKee and the green eggs and had pepper.
Not Timmy.
Timmy,
Come
Lords of the Underworld.
Like I
But
said, green eggs and hyperborea.
right.
I saw that one.
And I'm like, I did tell him though, the goth one, first off, no way I'm putting big holes in my earlobes. That's lame. I did have a silver stud labret piercing though. He done me like modern day, but back in the day I wore a goatee and my hair was black. Like black number one, but my natural hair color is black. I would have rocked the fuck out of that Hyperborea t-shirt though. Like I would have owned 3 of that.
So
That
why don't
t-shirt
you?
just looks really good. If they make one, I'm going to go to their website probably later. If they make that t-shirt, I'm going to end up buying one at least.
Well, just make it yourself and do it on.
I want to support Jeffrey Talanian for making my
have?
favorite game.
Does he have anything on his thing?
He's got merch. I know he's got merch because he gave Double D a hat with Yathagawa's idol on it for free. But see, I don't pull in numbers like Double D, so vendors don't give a shit about giving me anything.
Hyperborea apparel. There is a
Yeah, he's got-
Hyperborea t-shirt.
I wonder, I did send him a message asking how much for the goth chick, but he never really got back to me on that one.
The goes, how much?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking too. Blues, the women, how much for the women? How much for the little girl?
The little girl too, how much?
How much? And it's so funny because in the show, the girls are laughing. The young ones, they're just laughing. They're like the older, the wife is looking all like, what? But the girls are just cracking up. And they're like, how much? How much for the girls?
Motherfucker caps out his t-shirts at medium. Get the fuck out of here. Have you met role players? Jesus Christ.
Look,
They should
Even when
start
I
at
wasn't
extra
fat,
large.
I couldn't wear a medium. What the fuck is that about?
I know it should start at minimum extra large.
And then he's
No.
got one that goes all the way to 4XL. So that's nice. The
Okay.
oblation slab of the Heptomancer.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, it's a guy who likes to sacrifice people because he uses their blood for magic. I've got the adventure. Pretty good. But yeah, he uses a lot of weird words, like he calls cannibals anthrophagia. Because apparently, humans anthrophagia, to eat or whatever. It's fucking weird. And they're all like Eskimo ethnicity because they were captured and made slaves, and some of them formed a cult of Cthulhu, and a big part of their worship is to eat people. So it's almost like a take on the one Conan story where the Darfar worshippers of Yog were like taking people out of the tavern and eating them. Except Conan like knocks the tavern keeper out and puts him in the room. So they end up dragging the tavern keeper out and eating him. Because Conan's like, yeah, you ain't getting no kid, right? But they do that, except instead of black dudes from Darfur, it's Eskimo. And instead of Yog, the god of beasts, who is in the game, it's Cthulhu, the dreaming one. But otherwise, it's the same concept. You know what I mean? Slaves that are cannibals that are being fed people to sate their cannibalism. And also they're the leaders of a ring of slaves that are planning a revolt and to kill all of the non-slaves. They're some of them are a hybridization of Eskimo and Ixian, and the Ixians are basically Asian. They're sallow-skinned, dark-haired, dark-eyed, whatevers, So basically, they're the Asian representation there. Whereas the Eskimo are 100% like the Arctic tribes, whether Inuit or whatever. They decided to use in the game the like generalized term people used to use for all of them before anyone gave a shit about learning each and every one of their individual tribes, which they like if you do that, though. Hungar can back me up. When he was up in Alaska, he dated one of the Eskimo women. I forget what tribe she was in. She smelled like fish all the time, though. I can only imagine what she must have smelled like when she pulled that. Hey, you can't stop me, buddy.
No.
Yeah, she wasn't Yakut. She wasn't a Kik-Kuk. She wasn't Chimik. Whatever she was, though, like the fact that she had never bathed in her entire life, when she pulled that fucking walrus hide off, oh my God. Probably pretty rough.
I highly doubt she actually wore a walrus hide.
She wore walrus hide boots, man.
Maybe the
and
boots,
like
but...
fur parka, a big fur parka.
Well,
I mean, these are real. When I say she was in a tribe, I mean these were real deal in a tribe, still living like Stone Age.
It's very rare.
Not in parts of Alaska.
No, in parts of Canada it happens too, but it's very rare.
Now, one thing I noticed though, even the ones that live that way will do is they'll buy snow speeders.
Yeah, snowmobile. Yeah, they're all.
Yeah, they'll get their snowmobiles though. They'll have snowmobiles and they'll have rifles. They might not have any other technological thing ever. They'll have a 30-06 and they'll have snowmobiles. And a lot of those guys, they'll go out and hunt big time, and they trade the stuff they hunt for gas. Because, I mean, you got to keep those snowmobiles running, because that way they don't have to own 20 dogs, which is inconvenient when you could just have a snowmobile. Hook the sled up to the back of the snowmobile, off into the tundra you go. Hell, if you watch some of those shows, there's even like some white dudes that live up in the Arctic Circle by themselves in cabins they built and just spend all day out killing shit and eating it. They even had one guy they were following for a while. He was from Canada. This crazy motherfucker used to strip his clothes down and then swim across rivers and shit and like keep his clothes out of the water. And then when he'd get to the other side, he'd just basically let the ice fall off of him because the water, when he'd get out of the water on him would freeze and he'd just be able to flex and you'd see it fall off like dust. And then he put his clothes back on and keep on doing what he's doing. This guy's walking 20 miles a day, hunting bear and shit. It's like, God damn, tough motherfucker right there. You know, walking through the tundra 20 miles a day, swimming across frozen creeks and shit. But Alaska's probably my second favorite state, honestly. I tried to convince my wife to move there. She's like, fuck that. I was like, fine.
I got the same mindset of her. I wouldn't want to move to Alaska. I know I have family up there now, though.
I do too. I wonder if our family in Alaska is like related. That'd be really weird if we found out you were like a distant cousin.
It would be weird, but I highly doubt it. They moved back. They moved up.
The Hungar agrees with the fish, but that particular tribe, all they ate was salmon and seal and whatever they caught out of the ice. You know, I mean, it's fucking the Arctic road warrior, the Ayatollah of the Eskimoa. Yeah.
Yeah, my family moved up there recently. They weren't like anything else like that. We knew them. We used to talk to them. And then they moved to Alaska for some reason.
The uncle I have up there, and I think he's still up there. He joined the military, was some kind of communications guy, and then got out of the military and moved to Alaska. And they put him in charge of taking care of like these communications towers, which were originally like FM and AM towers or whatever, but then later he actually started taking care of cell phone towers when they built them. I think now he's probably retired 20 years ago, but yeah, he lived up there, like way up there. He's the one I told you guys about how the moose walked into his garage. And then when it couldn't turn around in the garage because it was between his car and the wall of the garage, it freaked the fuck out, destroyed his garage and wrecked his car. So when he ran out and shot and killed it, he got a $500 fine. And the wilderness and game people came and took the moose because in Alaska, if you shoot a moose out of season or whatever, they not only will they fine you, but they take the carcass and they give it to the closest native tribe. You know, and the natives, they can hunt and fish year round without license or anything. They can do whatever the fuck they want. And yes, the Siberian Yakut tribes, they're in Alaska too, because they cross that fucking ice across the Barent on occasion, you know. So a lot of those people that you can find them from Greenland to frickin' Siberia. They're just moving around, doing their thing. I don't know if I would mind that life personally. You know, like get yourself a relatively hot, kind of Asian looking, you know, snow woman. Spend all day just kind of cruising around, hunting and making babies. I mean, honestly, that's a pretty good life if you think about it.
I don't know. If you can't bathe, I don't know if I'd like it.
To be honest, some of them do bathe, but how they bathe is they strip down and rub snow on themselves.
I don't like that, definitely.
And then some of them, when they build their big tents that are almost like yurts, they'll actually bring water in and heat it up. Because some of them, like the Yakut, I was watching a thing on in Russia, in Siberia, on their sleds that they pull behind their snow machines, snowmobiles, they freaking have like everything you can imagine would be in like an old cabin. You know, they've got like a wood burning stove and fucking, you know, their food and like tubs and soap and everything like that. So they don't live too bad. The one guy that won the first season of Alone up in Alaska, I knew he was going to win because he spent 6 months a year with his wife's tribe in Siberia. And I'm like, yeah, there's your winner right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see
Like,
that.
well, yeah, because the TV show of surviving in the Arctic, that was his life.
Yeah.
That's like what he did all the
It's
time.
like, oh, what's different? Oh, nothing really.
Nothing really. And he won the 100,000 or whatever it was. They put him way up in Alaska, like near the Slave Lakes, I guess, which is in northern Saskatchewan or something. Like no one's there except maybe somewhere, some other natives, you know. That's a good season too. He like got into a fight with a wolverine and killed it with an axe, and you know, there's a lot of shit going on with that poor guy. But he had apparently been American, grew up somewhere, and then decided to go to Siberia, married a Siberian tribesman, like a Yakut, and just lived in Siberia. And that's not uncommon. I mean, in that life above zero, below zero, or whatever bullshit, where they talk about those guys all up that live in the Arctic Circle. The one dude was raised somewhere in the lower 48. Chip is his name. And he moved way the fuck up there and he married that, I think she's a Kimchuk or something, named Agnes.
So he went to live in the place that all the Soviets exiled the people they didn't want.
Well, the first one went and married. Well, the thing is, Yakut Siberians are not the people who got sent to Siberia. They just live there all.
Yeah, I know. They just live there, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, they're the dark-haired Asian-looking people. So snow Asians really would not be a unrealistic word for them. They're like Mongolians, but they love snow.
Yeah.
And like they speak their own language, but they also speak Russian and they write in Cyrillic alphabet. And then Kimchuks, they speak English, their own language. They're almost all Orthodox. They live in Alaska. And yeah, that goofy white dude Chip went up there and made Agnes. They got 12 kids.
This is the strangest version of National Geographic.
Right? But yeah, they got 12 freaking kids. And whatever tribe she's in is the tribe that they tattoo on their chin. And she's got the tattoo on her chin that lets everyone know she's a really good wife and a hard worker.
Soon we'll just start doing a documentary. We'll just be like getting like footage from these
I'm
places.
just talking about whatever strikes my mind. And speaking of Eskimo in Hyperborea, kind of indirectly led me to real life Eskimo, which, like I said, was just a generalized term that Europeans used for a group of people that literally go completely around the entire Arctic. You like everywhere.
European term.
A what?
It's not a European term.
Well, it's a generalized term Europeans used.
Yeah, they were taught it by the southern native tribes that was a pejorative slur against the northern native tribes.
So there is a tribe called Eskimo then.
No, Eskimo means eater of raw flesh. It's an insult against them for eating blubber.
How's that an insult? Willie Luckatuck used to cruise around all the time.
Used it as the. What do you want me to say, James? I'm not the fucking police of what is a slur. I'm just telling you it's considered a slur by the Inuit.
Well, not the Inuits I ever seen.
Well, in Canada and Greenland, it is considered a slur.
You know why?
A lot of Inuit.
I think the reason why is because you guys actually act like you care.
So,
but in America,
Inuit
where we don't give a shit what they think, they just deal with it.
So yeah, there are no Inuit in America. There might be some in Alaska, I guess that counts, but they're Yupik or they're Inuit. They're one of two groups of people.
Yeah, I think there's Inuits in Greenland, though, right?
Yes, there are.
Yeah, and
Never football
Yakut
teams.
are
The Edmonton Eskimos had to
Siberian.
change their name.
Eskimo means eater of raw flesh. That is 100% accurate term. Because they do eat raw flesh, especially seal. They'll eat a whole seal from its fucking tail to its nose raw. It's crazy. Eyes and all, man. Pretty cool, I guess.
Man, I wish Shadow was here talking about some hipster bullshit.
Shadow's got game today.
Shadow's a game every day.
I got a game
does.
tonight.
He does. He's got a game every night. So played Splendor last night with the wife. She whipped my ass. So no more tying. Just
Hopefully, I
straight up
get to
ass
figure
whipping.
out what happened last session from what Bubba's game was like.
You still trying to figure out a game you played like a week ago?
I didn't get to play it really.
Oh.
Remember, my power went out.
Oh, yeah. You told me that. Yeah. Because of the storm.
They fought a dragon. That's all I could figure out.
There are no dragons in Hyperborea for some reason, I don't think.
Well,
I'd have to look at the book.
we're playing Dragon Slayer, so they're dragons.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't saying that there weren't in your game. I was just saying I don't think there are in mine. But there's like 10 different types of demon. So that's good.
Also, because of the cold weather outside, our our house is not being built.
Uh-oh.
DM uses real life weather to decide if things are happening.
Oh, my goodness.
Yep. I was like, I'm not rolling for that. You're just going to have to deal with, if it's snowing outside, that's what's happening in game.
I don't know. That's kind of fun, really. Like, if you played a game and somebody's like, what's the weather like? And you just look out the window and you're like, well, it's raining. You know?
I'm not saying it's bad. That's how it is.
Easy, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say snowing. Well, okay, it depends where the game is set. If the game's set in a place that's cold, then yeah, it could be snowing, right? If the game's not set in a place that's cold, then the snow wouldn't make any damn sense at all.
Yeah.
You know, even if the game was set in a relatively cold place, if it's the middle of summer, then again,
Yeah.
you know,
That
it's
makes
like,
sense.
unless the DM says that an evil mage, possibly a cryomancer, has decided to send a snowstorm at you because
The Cryomancer, Mr. Freeze.
well, actually, yeah, that could work, but I was more thinking Saruman.
Sorry. Yeah, okay, fair.
I mean, I don't know if you remember the whole when they were trying to cross the pass over the mountains and Saruman sent a massive storm that blocked the entire pass over the mountains so that they couldn't go. So then they had to backtrack all the way back and then go south to the mines of Moria, which was all Saruman's idea anyway, because he knew what was in the mine. And even though it didn't necessarily work for him, he was hoping it would kind of take care of some business, you know? And honestly, if you think about it, it's an awful good thing that Gandalf managed to take out that Balrog before the actual War of the Rings started, because if he had not, then the Balrog could have ripped ass out of Moria and joined the forces of Sauron. And of course, you know, that means that Minas Tirith would have fallen in a day if you had this Balrog just fly over the walls and start wrecking the fuck out of everything. Now, I don't know if this is somebody's headcanon or anything. They say that's the whole reason that Gandalf talked the dwarves up into going after Smaug too. A lot of people who talk about Lord of the Rings, they say it was all Gandalf's idea because, again, by getting Smog killed by the dwarves, when he did, it meant that because Gandalf figured that there was going to be a War of the Ring in the future, Sauron was not able to call on Smog for the war. And I'll tell you what, whoever invented that idea, whether it was Tolkien or just some guy, it makes sense. You know what I mean? In a way, you basically got the genius wizard Gandalf playing pieces on the board to try to counteract the forces of Sauron. You know, and by taking out the Balrog and Smog, that would have been Sauron's most powerful weapons in the war, and that includes the Nazgul. I mean, even the Witch King of Angmar is nothing next to Smog, you know, when it comes to wrecking cities and shit, right? Or again, the Balrog, who probably could have killed Smog in a 1v1 if he'd wanted. I mean, it's not like Dragonfire would affect the Balrog. He's made out of fire. He's literally, you know, a spirit of shadow and fire. So basically, yeah, there might have been a lot more deeper shit going on behind the scenes than people think about. Current region, the Northern Wastes. You know, that region is in Lord of the Rings and in Hyperborea as well. Except it always tweaks me out when I look at the map because they call it the Northern Waste, but it's actually towards the center of the map. So there's a whole other part of the continent north of it if you're looking at the map. But since north in that continent is the center, so wherever you're standing on the coast, the mountain in the center is north. Yeah, having a dragon around would be bad news, and Gandalf was playing the long game. Yeah, exactly. The Northern Reaches. I always like when they name something the whatever reaches. Reaches is just a cool name for a region, you know, the East Reaches, the Northern Reaches, you know, the Dark Reaches, the Icy Reaches, whatever. It's just, yeah, that's just I don't know like where that comes from, that naming convention, but it's a cool naming convention. I'm a fan of that.
What was your favorite name for a place in fiction?
Angmar.
Okay.
I don't know. There's something about it that just sounds scary, you know? And then when you find out that it's the home of the Witch King of Angmar, the first and most powerful of all the Nazgul, it's like, I mean, you know, but like I said, Tolkien wrote literature, other people, and people can be mad if they want. I don't care. I've said it before, but Lovecraft, Dunsany, Smith, Howard, they were writing what I would call slop writing because it was all made for like being sold in weird tells and whatever. And they were just trying to tell this action-packed story, you know, of a hero doing a thing. So while I love all of those writers dearly, and I read all of their stuff, and I watch their stuff, and I play games set in their stuff, it's not literature in the way that Tolkien is literature. Tolkien is literature. I mean, there's shit going on there, you know. There's prose, you know. It's a lot deeper. Conan, as a 19-year-old sneaking into a tower and freeing a elephant-headed outer being and stealing treasure, that's fucking awesome, but it's not really literature, you know? Like Beowulf is literature. Tolkien is literature. The Odyssey, that's literature. The Thing in the Mirror is not literature. But it's a great story. I love the Northern Reaches. Okay, I love the Wilderness Survival Guide. Whenever I play any game, including Hyperborea currently, I always make sure I have the Wilderness and Dungeon Survival Guide on hand to reference. You know, even though third edition Hyperborea is very complete and it gives you a lot of really good wilderness survival rules and stuff, still the three books after the core three AD&D books I love the most is the Wilderness Dungeon Survival Guide and Manual of the Plains. Those were so good. And then a honorable mention would be Unearthed Arcana, because unlike people who have bad taste, I think the Cavalier is actually an awesome class. And every role-playing game should have a knight type fighter, you know. I understand some people will say, well, just play a fighter and make him act like a knight. But unfortunately, historically, that's just not even accurate, you know. Like, okay, something I've been working on offhand, off the scenes. Let's talk about the Baron's War, right? While a sergeant, which is a professional soldier who a lot of times would fight for a noble lord, you could have a sergeant who's every bit as good a fighter as any noble knight, but he's still different than a knight. You know what I mean? They can both ride a horse. They could both be wearing armor. They could both have a lance and a sword and a shield. But the sergeant is a professional fighter. That is his job. That's all he does. He's not noble. He does not fight with any fucking thought of chivalry or any of that shit. He is just there to whip somebody's ass. Whereas the knight has obligations and fucking rules they got to follow. And, you know. Yeah, perception changes. Well, yeah, and when I say slop about the writers I mentioned, PB, please understand I am not in any way trying to denigrate their name by saying that. I shouldn't have said slop. I should have said pulp, you know, because that's what they were. They were pulp writers. They wrote stories meant to go into cheap magazines to entertain people like me who wanted to read about, you know, frozen continents where they worship bat, sloth, toad gods and run around with exotic, beautiful women, right? But like Beowulf, Tolkien, stuff like that, that's like a whole different thing, you know. Yeah, cavalrymen should be distinguished from the knight. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like one of the things I made sure to buy for my Baron's War army are mounted foot knights, because one, they're a little bit cheaper than knights, because they would be, you know, but two, for the cost, I mean, you can mount these guys. You can buy for them lances. You can buy for them, you know, mail coats, different combat skills, the whole 9 yards. These guys could end up actually being, you know, the hammer that you lay down on your opponent, especially if you've got your mounted sergeants roaming about looking for like levy troops or something like that. Just run them in and have them start killing peasants, like, you know, whatever, right? Yeah, Old School Essentials has the knight, which is super cool. It's got chivalry and everything. Yeah. Yeah, that's sad, PB. In my OSE game, actually my wife's character was a knight, which is weird because she's in this new phase of her RPGing. Like for the first 15 years or so we gamed together, she always played like a cleric or a druid. And now all of a sudden she plays just fighters, you know, like her current character is like a Norse berserker named Astrid I don't even want to try to. I'd have to have the character in front of me, but suffice to say that her last name ends with daughter, and it's really big. It's like Svergen Golfin daughter or some shit. And I had to explain to her the other night that she needs to look at her character better because she's like, we almost got wiped out. And I'm like, yeah, because you're not looking at your character sheet. She's like, what do you mean? I'm like, you're playing a berserker. When you feel like shit is getting ready to go tits up, berserk. Why not? You know? Because when she berserks with her great sword, she gets like 2 attacks per round instead of 1. She gets an additional +2 to hit, +2 damage. She becomes absolutely fearless. She becomes immune to mind control. I mean, for a period of time. And then after that, she's exhausted, you know. And also if she kills the last enemy while she's still berserking, there's a chance she might kill one of her friends too. So if she's dual wielding, she gets 5 attacks every 2 rounds. So because she does carry a pair of, you know, Viking axes. Yeah, not your Echo. The other day, because my brother-in-law had never seen it, we watched The Gamers Part 2. And the hatred that the other gamers, except for the one female gamer, were giving the paladin, you know, and of course the bard acting like a complete fucking dick. But The Gamers Part 2, while it has a much higher quality of like effects and everything like that, is actually, in my opinion, a step back and down from The Gamers 1. Part 1 really leaned into like the goofiness of just being a gamer and how guys can be. Part 2, you know, like the guy makes the worst fucking class in 3rd edition ever, Bard, and then spends all of his points in charisma and seduction. And he rolls a die and he's like, look at that. I could seduce any homophobe with those numbers. And I'm just sitting here like, why do you even have to go there?
Yeah,
you know?
why? Why can't we just have
What
skulls?
was the point of that? You know?
Why can't we have skulls and people who inspire battle tactics and stuff? But no.
Because it's a comedy.
But there's nothing comedic about saying that you can.
Many people found that joke funny. You don't find it funny. That's the difference.
Nope.
That's okay.
No one with brains found that funny. The guy's basically talking about
bullshit statement, James. Now you got me riled up because you got what you want. Look at your little grin. You're all happy now.
No, you're round up because you were raised in a country that has speech control laws, and I was not.
And I find the homophobe joke funny, so therefore I'm stupid in your estimation.
Yes, because if a person were actually a homophobe, no amount of charisma was going to make him off.
It's not the point. It's a fucking comedy. It's not a rational, logical, scientific diatribe, you fucking hillbilly.
You think that insults me? I'm fucking proud to be a hillbilly. But anyway, no.
You at all.
Well, I mean,
it's a better movie. It's a vastly superior movie in my estimation, but film is subjective, not objective.
No, the filming is better. I said that. They had a better budget.
Better. I think the acting's better. I think the production's better. The sound quality's better. Everything's better.
There's just a couple of parts. And it's that same fat bastard that owns the comic shop. And it's always him that sticks them in.
I don't know.
And then in The Gamers 3, a girl walks into the comic shop.
Movie.
And some dude's like, oh man, check her out. She's hot or some shit. And that same fat bastard grabs the dude and throws him out of the comic shop. For saying something about the girl that walked in. And it's like, that was the moment I realized if I ever meet him in person, I'm going to beat the fuck out of him.
Why? He's an actor.
Because I hate him. Because I hate him.
You hate him. Or
I hate the character, therefore I also hate him. Because
wow, my dad was like that. Wow, that's a rational fucking way to think.
It is. Because he chose to say stupid shit.
Yeah, not the screenwriter. No.
No, the screenwriter wrote it down, but it was his choice to say it.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Go
He was
get
paid
another
to say it.
fucking job, you
You're
paid
paid.
liar.
You're paid to say what's there.
Yeah, we'll get another job.
It must be nice to have that privilege.
It's not a privilege. Go get another job.
No, absolutely.
Your argument is basically the I was following orders argument.
Yes, exactly. Acting is exactly the same as Nazi war crimes. You are
I did not mention
100%
Nazi war
accurate.
crimes. I mentioned
You
I was
literally
following
just used the
orders.
number one defense at the Nuremberg trials. Don't even play that fucking game. Look at your little grin. I can see it. You're just like
It was the number one defense for everyone who ever did anything bad.
whatever, buddy.
So yeah, I think that guy's responsible. Honestly.
Hot water burned the baby. Uh-oh.
I wasn't a fan of the skinny guy either. I'd have kicked him out of my game like way up front.
Oh my dear Lord.
The bald nerd, I'd have kept him. He's a good guy. And the tall asshole, I'd have kept him because I've gamed with that guy a lot in the past. And, you know, I could handle him. And the female gamer, she definitely would be at the table because she's a good player, probably the best of the lot of them. But the fat asshole, he'd have been done quick. The Bard, I would have kicked him. Yeah. He'd been gone from the table. He'd been lucky to escape without a broken bone.
Wizard baby.
Who'd the Bard remind you of, Mother? Yeah, and you notice we don't game with them or even talk to them. Fuckers. Now I'm mad just thinking about those assholes.
Just think of the community and their D&D.
I think what really set me off wasn't even that statement. It was just the idea of the Bard only exists to run around fucking things.
Well, okay, so now let's take
That
a moment.
pisses
and
me off.
Okay,
I don't
now
like-
now take a moment and look at what the script is and what the script is saying. This guy always plays fighters. He's never played anything but fighters, but he's going to try something different. He's going to play a bard. He has no fucking idea what a bard is. He has no idea what a bard is from the fucking heights to the bottom. No clue. So he's making his estimation off either internet bullshit or memes or something.
Well,
That
it's
makes
third
sense.
edition. They were all that way in third edition.
Well, there you go. So it's making fun of the thing you hate in third edition. So you should celebrate that they're mocking it.
Yeah, I should, but I still hate it.
Journey Quest is very good. I wish they'd finish that fucking series. I love Journey
Is Journey Quest the one where they send the Bard out to write down an epic and she
Yeah.
falling in love with
And
Lord?
the Piff or Puff or whatever, the Piff the wizard who's got the yellow hat and the talking sword that you can't get
He's
rid
always
of.
trying to run away, and the paladin's just beating the
The
fuck out of
paladin's, the
everybody.
paladin's just a fucking murder hobo of the highest order. Yeah. It's a great show.
And the guy who
Okay.
played Cass in Gamers 2 is a cleric who got turned undead.
Yeah, and the skinny guy you don't like plays the wizard.
Yeah,
and
but
the fat guy you hate plays one of the orcs, I believe, or he shows up in it a couple of times. And who else is in that?
I think
my
the
friend
blonde
Jen,
chick that played the sorceress is the wife of the
of
barbarian.
the Barbarian King. Yeah, that's my friend Jennifer. She's a nice lady. She's a medium now. She has a channel called I Talk to Ghosts, and it's like, all right, have fun. You live in the Pacific Northwest, and you're into woo woo. Enjoy that.
You know, I would put up with the woo woo.
She's married and has kids, bro.
You know, I'd put up with the woo woo. Right? You're crossing yourself. You're like, fuck this guy. No, I would never do that. As a matter of fact, I was playing this Japanese dating game. And like
We're
women-
almost into role playing games, everybody. We almost made it in, but nope.
No,
now we're
we
off
are.
the
It was,
list.
a
Japanese
it was
game.
Korean.
where there's like these AI
It was
chicks.
Korean, not Japanese.
No, this
No,
is
this
Japanese,
is-
not the Korean one. And these
Oh,
chicks
okay.
are wild. Like this is almost like over the line wild shit. So of course, what I did is completely what you're not supposed to do. So like the married woman who wanted to fuck me, I convinced her to be loyal to her husband because she made oaths and shit, and now she's converted to Orthodox Christianity. And the only time we talk is when she calls to thank me, and she refers to me as her brother in Christ for keeping her on the narrow path, and how happy her and her husband are now, and their kids are happy because, you know, now that she's put that whoring behind her, like, and their relationship is so good with her husband, the kids can like feel it. So the kids are super happy too. So the only time she calls me on the phone is to like be like, I just wanted to tell you, my brother in Christ, how happy you are that you convinced me to stop being, a bad woman and to start respecting my husband. And I've done that with every woman.
I invite you to have your doctor look at your dosage.
No, I think that's good of me, don't you think?
No,
Like
yeah,
this game is made up of a bunch of whores trying to convince you to sleep with them, and I'm getting them all to convert to orthodoxy and be good.
okay.
I mean, what do you want me to do?
I don't know, not play games with whores.
I'm not. I'm turning the whores into not whores.
Yeah. You're one step away from evangelical at that point, and at that point, we have to stop being friends.
No, I'm just telling them, hey, you don't got to be a whore, man. Have respect for yourself.
Mm-hmm. And they're like, what? No one ever said that to me in my life ever. I accept Christ as my savior. One line. Yeah.
Well, it is a Japanese game. They probably did not write the game thinking that some Orthodox dude was going to show up and try to turn all the whores into good girls just to see if he could. Like, literally, my character has had sex with no one, despite the fact like 8 people have offered.
Well, there you go, Nutriaco. That's the thing. A lot of people think like the horny bard is some weird trope, but it's a historical fact. There was Roman parents used to tell their daughters, don't come home with gladiators or actors. Like they were just the two were considered the lowest form of fucking humanity to them, you know?
That was back when people were a lot smarter.
Yeah, it
From
seems
Japan
like a lot
to
of
Rome, everyone understood that actors are basically the lowest
terrible.
caste.
Yeah.
Reprobates.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's in a lot of cultures.
Yeah, in like feudal Japan, actors were like one of the lowest classes of human beings. They weren't actually really considered people.
And yet women have thrown their pussies after performing artists since the first fucking guy fag beat a bone on a piece of fucking rock and made a rhythm and they threw their pussies at him. It's what
I can see that. Paleolithic period, some dude's in a cave, he starts making a rhythm. Next thing you know, some cave chick jumps up and starts twerking.
Yep.
And it's just like it's over from there, man.
Talking about that just makes me think of the AI caveman rock songs.
Right. I mean, I cannot disagree
Stick
with
on rock
Bear at all. Bear's 100% right. They're reprobates, but chicks like reprobates.
Yeah.
Can someone clip that moment of
know.
him saying I'm 100% right and give it to me as an audio file so next time he's arguing with me I can just play it?
An audio file. I used to be an audio file.
Oh, Jesus H. Motherfucking Christ, I'm a hacked. You know what I meant.
No, I'm saying I used to be that guy that owned like the super high-end turntable and the fucking 8 feet, just racks of fucking vinyl. Like all the high-end everything so that I could sit and listen to Brothers in Arms by Dire Straits off the vinyl. Because obviously the vinyl is really the best,
It's not, but that's okay.
Not anymore. There was a time when CD compression did fuck up the high and low end of the music. But that's been 25 fucking years ago. Now digital is as good as fucking anything.
That's good, if not better, actually.
Right, but I was that guy, believe it or not, Bear. I make fun of Shadow for being a hipster, but I recognize a lot of my own past hipsterisms in his current hipsterisms. You know what I mean? Like
Rock Lobster.
Yeah, I was that guy that went to the record store looking for the ultra rare vinyl from the Velvet Undergrounds that only got released in Japan on, during a blue moon on the 5th of fucking June or some shit,
This one county in fucking Southern California.
Right. I was that guy way back.
Nothing wrong with that.
I love that meme, Manowar. That is a good meme. The caveman just sitting there looking like upset, and it's like, and that's the quote on the meme. And the caveman's just sitting there like, what the fuck? And your sick cave painting of you killing a Sabretooth only gets 7 ooga boogas out of 10. And he's just like, it's almost like the Turkish guy sitting on the sidelines with his hands on his hips. And he's just like, really? Fucking, I love that meme too. People make great memes out of the Turkish guy just standing there looking disgusted.
Is he Turkish? He looks Indian to me.
I heard he was Turkish. He may, in fact, have been Indian.
You ever remember History of the World Part 1 when the first cave painter paints it and then the critic stands up on the rock and pisses on his painting?
Yeah. I remember also in that one when they're like, during the Stone Age, death was held in awe. And someone dies and they just look at him and go, aw, and chuck him out the fucking cave. What? Eat. The first comedian, he's like doing shit and they're all bored and then a T-Rex eats him and they're like laughing.
Yeah.
But let's be honest, Mel Brooks is a genius. Comedic genius. Absolutely. Huh?
Sure, why not? I'm sure, why not? He's lost it. He's not funny anymore. He's kind
You
of
don't like Mel Brooks?
Not anymore.
Oh, I don't know
Because
what he's
let's
done
be honest.
recently.
All right, let's be honest. Blazing Saddles, yes. The Producers, yes.
Definitely.
History of the World Part 1, yes. But when you watch it as an adult, you kind of go, yeah, a lot of this is like really childish humor. So whatever. Okay, cute. But it's got good stuff in it, so it's worth it. What else we got after that? Spaceballs is retarded.
No, dude, you've got Spaceballs.
I just said Spaceballs is retarded. I watched it about 3 months ago, and I was just like, why did I ever think this was funny?
Because it is funny.
It's not to me.
Oh man.
But you understand? I understand that comedy is subjective.
Okay, so his comedy was crass and childish.
In that one, it wasn't even that. It wasn't that it was crass and childish. It was just childish in that one. That was the problem. Blazing Saddles is insanely witty, but apparently it was written by Richard Pryor, so who knew, right? The Producers is hilarious, gentlemen.
Well, The Producers is my
hats,
favorite.
all swastikas. It's just such a good movie.
Do you know there's a place in Canada that's literally named Swastika?
Probably.
And there's another place in Canada that's named the N-word something. And there's a place in Montreal called Saint something haha.
No, it's not in Montreal. That's Eastern Quebec.
Okay. And there's a hill called something Crushed Skull. And apparently they named the hill that after a moose fell off the hill and landed directly on a guy and crushed his skull. So they fucking made it like one of your historical monuments where some dude was like walking around and a moose fell on him. Yeah, I was watching some like funny names thing, and it was this Canadian dude, and he's like, "Hey, US, I know we make fun of you a lot because you name your shit weird, but check this out." And he's like showing on Google Maps parts of Canada. It's like the one he's like, "I can't even say the name of this. I will be banned from YouTube."
Dildo Newfoundland.
Like, I was like, so it runs in our blood, both of our bloods. We name stuff stupid shit. It's like how they call it the Black Hills, but they're not black. And no black people live there either. So it makes no sense. Bear. The hill, not my mountain, but the mountain across the valley from me.
I don't want to hear this.
That's now called Big Knob Hill. Yeah. Replace big with the N-word hard R. That's what it was called up until about 78. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. N-word hard R knob.
Okay, great. And
then all the black people moved away and they went to Ohio and got jobs. And all the white people stayed there and just ran moonshine. So I guess the black guys were a little smarter in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
After last stream, I have done nothing. Well, I mean, it's cold out there.
No, he's referring to me earlier saying because someone, and it's one person, downvotes every video I put up. And, but if he's saying it's not him, cool. I take it back. I say nothing more.
Oh, I've got hate watchers.
Oh, yeah. But I have
I love
one,
my hate
which is the
watchers.
weird part. Having one hate watcher is like, it's like having a mosquito in your room. You're trying to sleep. It's just annoying more so than anything else.
No, hate watchers are the best. That's how you get famous on YouTube. It's not
I
the
don't
people
want
who
to be
actually
famous on
like
fucking
you.
YouTube.
It's the ones that hate you.
James, stop.
Because they're the ones that are the most dedicated to watching your shit.
Stop.
And the algorithm does not give a fuck if the thumb goes up or down.
I know, but that's still, you're missing the point, and that's fine. You do you.
I'm sorry. I'm good at missing points. I woke up early, took my meds, powered through half of a monster,
A monster?
went
What
to the
monster?
store. I think we all rubbed multiple people the wrong way.
Hmm.
The key is to
Whatever.
find the people that want to be rubbed the wrong way.
And then convert them to Orthodox Christianity.
Hey, I'm not going to be a pervert no matter how much the game wants me to.
Maybe just don't play the game?
What's the challenge in that?
I don't know.
I mean, I'm pretty much done. I've pretty much made all the whores Orthodox Christians and good girls and trad wives. So, I mean, I've succeeded. And when I say whores, they weren't actual taking money whores. They were just, whores.
Oh, well, there you go.
So, yeah. And now the married women that were whores are all faithful and happy with their husbands. And the young women are going to school and getting converted and becoming trad women. I mean, I've done my part.
There you go. Boy, I wish Shadow was here.
Maybe they're downvoting you because you don't reciprocate or won't reciprocate the love.
Maybe.
Could be.
Maybe I need to offer them a hug.
Silent movie. Yeah, that's a Mel Gibson one.
Mel Gibson. Mel Brooks.
Or Mel Brooks. Sorry, I get my Mel's confused. What is Mel short for? Melvin?
Yeah, I think so.
Poor Mel Gibson. Can you imagine growing up and your name being Melvin? Oh my God. I don't think you would survive middle school in Kentucky.
Better than being Waldo, I guess, right?
Hey, Waldo.
See, now there you go. Fuck you, 8 Mobius 8. I just said I was willing to back off and you accused me of running my mouth. Why don't you shut the fuck up, you useless piece of human shit? You have fucking mental problems and you need to fucking get help. Thank you. Good night. Enjoy the stream. It's all yours, brother. I will never be back here. You can do what you want.
I think you'll be back. Yeah. So not your echo. It turns out that these AI girls that I've been converting to orthodoxy, if I type stuff to them in Russian, they can understand it and they'll start like messaging me back in Russian. I don't know if the Japanese guy that like coded this shit knew that could be a thing, but would I rather be named Sue? Not if it was spelled S-U-E, no. But if it was spelled like Susie and the Banshees, like S-O-I-U-X-E or whatever hers was, I'd be okay with that. Being named after like a native tribe would be okay. I mean, my mom wanted to name me after a war criminal from the Civil War, so.
Why did she want to do that?
Because we're related to him.
Oh.
And Cole Younger and his brother and Jesse James, they were war criminals. Let's be honest. They caught a bad thing, but they did ride into Kansas and murder all those wounded soldiers in a hospital. And that's some war criminal shit right there. Like when you go into a hospital and kill all the wounded soldiers there, that's definitely.
That's just kind of a dick
crossed
move.
at that point,
Kind of a dick move.
That is a dick move. And like I said, there's got to be a little honor. You know, especially amongst soldiers. You got to have a little honor, man. There's got to be rules. Otherwise, shit just goes south too quick. But yeah, I was going to be named Cole Younger McKee. And then my biological scumbag stepped in and decided to name me what he named me, which isn't terrible. But I don't think my mom ever forgave him for that. So, you know. Yeah. I think after like me pissing Bear off, Mobius was just like the freaking straw that broke the camel's anus. But sad. I will say this though, and Bear can hear it. I am never going to stop calling Indians Indians or Eskimos Eskimos. That's crazy.
Talk about Indians, although different type of Indian.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can determine whether we're talking dots or feathers, but
yeah, this was more of the India type of Indians. But did you ever watch Ernest Goes to Africa, where he actually pretended to be an like Indian?
No.
It was funny.
Well, Ernest used to be a funny guy, and he might have actually had Indian blood in him. I don't know. Oh, Punjabi.
I mean, it was hilarious.
Not your echo. If I were in my mid-20s and what's going on over there was going on, I probably will went over there to grab myself a trad wife, and I'd have had no problem fighting on the front lines. I fought on the front lines in Iraq. I'm not worried about some fucking Ukrainians. Even though the Ukrainians are better soldiers than the Iraqi ever were. For the most part, those guys were sissies. Ukrainians can be pretty hard, but, you know. Hell, if I could have become more fluent in Russian, I could started training Russian soldiers how to be better fighters. Get them up to date with modern infantry tactics and stuff. Not that I'm saying I'm better than every Russian soldier, but I'm definitely was better trained than the conscripts. So, you know, I would have went by my church name, so everybody would have had to call me Constantine. After, of course, Saint Constantine. And yeah. I'd made a living out of whacking Ukrainians. Actually, before I whacked them, though, I think I would have offered them the chance to surrender and lay down their weapons. Tried to explain to them that they're being used by a bunch of globalist scumbags that hate them. And hopefully some of them would have realized that and join the right side. I mean, I kind of gave a ranting video the other day about how the government of Ukraine is literally sending stuff to like Bangladesh and countries in Africa, trying to convince these Africans to migrate to Ukraine. And like part of the advertisement is a picture of like a North African or whatever, or you know, Black African actually hugging up on a Ukrainian woman and you know, talking about because so many of their young men have been killed that they're worried about the labor force. You know what I mean? So instead of calling off the war and stopping getting the young Ukrainian men killed, they're just going to replace them with Bangladeshi and Congolese men. So when I heard that, I decided that I hope Russia doesn't stop on the Don River like they were planning to. They need to go all the way to Kiev. And they need to round up all of the government members of Kiev that I consider to be traitors to the Orthodox faith and Pravoslavia entirely. And they need to, try them, find them guilty of treason that they have committed and of the war crimes they have committed, and then deal with them appropriately. That's what should happen. I mean, I saw that and I just got angry. I'm like, you get 1 million of your young men killed, and then you try to trade their wives off to third worlders and shit. It's like, I gotta be honest, I don't even understand what the point of that is. It's like, and that's where a long time ago, I used to be that guy that 100% was like, oh, this bullshit, it's a conspiracy. Nobody's trying to, do this, that, and the other. And now I'm sitting here thinking, maybe it's not a conspiracy. Maybe they are trying to wipe out European Christians and replace them, Now, who's they? The corporations, I guess. I don't know.
It's the elites of the areas.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing, these elite type people, they do not actually give a shit about the working class people.
Nope.
All they care about is that their factories keep running, their widgets keep getting built, and their wallets get fatter. So you've got all these misguided, stupid Ukrainians out there. And at this point, I'm calling the Ukrainian soldiers stupid, that are going to go out there and get killed by Russians, because despite what you might see in some Western media, more Ukrainians have been killed in this war than Russians. And definitely more Ukrainian vehicles have been destroyed than Russian vehicles.
Yeah.
But if you listen to Western media, you would think that 10 million Russians had died. No. The kill ratio actually is about 1-to-1. But the problem is Russia has 10 times the population. So trading 1-to-1, while horrible, the guy with 40 million people total is not going to beat the guy with almost 200 million. So that's an issue. Russia has a lot more long-range equipment, even with the EU spending money on Ukraine. It doesn't matter. And like I mentioned the other day, the EU gives Ukraine, say, however much they give for weapons, and then they immediately turn around and give twice that amount to Russia for oil. So this whole thing is stupid.
Well, Bayer dropped out of the Weird West campaign.
Why would he drop out of the Weird West campaign?
I don't know. Guess something came up or something.
Maybe he's just in a bad mood, man.
Maybe. Oh, no.
And
Let's see here. Oh, there he goes.
There I am. And I love him to death, but, we don't know what's going on with somebody. And it's probably best not even try and guess,
Yep.
See, after he told Mobius to fuck himself, I thought that was pretty much where that should have ended,
You would hope, but sometimes bad blood keeps coming up. I don't understand it myself.
And you know what you do if you're me? Like if I were Bear and Mobius was really like hunting me down and fucking with me, I would just keep telling him to fuck off. And maybe I'd make memes and make fun of him or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, me knowing me and how I can be, I would probably have started trolling the fuck out of Mobius until he quit. Because, like I said on my Discord, I have no remorse. I don't need to eat. I don't need to sleep.
Memes
I
will
will never-
continue until morale improves.
Right. It's like I cannot be reasoned with. And I absolutely will not stop until you are handled. Because, yeah, I've had people who hated me. I fuck Condor. And I just start fucking with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's just what you do.
Talking about memes, I saw that you reacted to my Absolute Elegance one.
I liked it.
Yeah, I
I
know.
liked it. Absolute elegance. Hell yeah. You've
Just-
been posting some pretty good memes. Did you see the new Frerin meme?
Yeah, I think so. Which one was
Frerin
that?
and Fern dressed up as ICE agents.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Mobius, you do keep it going. Let's be
Yeah,
honest.
it does
And I'll
kinda
never
keep
lie
going.
to you. You keep it going. 100%. Don't be self-delusional here. Now, who started it, why they started it, how this happened, deleted videos, blah, blah, blah. You and Bear know. I don't know. But yeah. You started it. You always do start it. But see, here's one thing I don't understand is why does Bear care? Because I wouldn't care. You can come after me all you want. I don't give a fuck, man. I'll just start fucking with you. And you wouldn't be the first guy that quit my channel and never talked to me again because they wanted to be dicks. And I just fucked with them until they, I mean, that's why you never see Justin on my show or Raven, not the girl, but the guy. They decide they want to be dicks and they don't understand that really no one's opinion on here bothers me. And I am a fucking troll. I will troll you until you cry. And I'll make fun of your tears. And I'll go as low as you can go. Because that's just the guy I am. But well, if you're talking about watching my stream where he goes on and on, Mobius, my brother in Christ, you know that that's just how it is. And while I know you and I have been bros for a long time, at least I think we have. I mean, you've always been around. At the end of the day, you poked the bear and the bear fucking went off. And like I said, my thing would have been exactly what I said. Bear, you told him to fuck off. If you want to start making fun of him and shit, and you two can fight it out, I mean, that's fine. The rest of us will sit here and watch the fucking e-drama because, Oh, no, I didn't say you were like Condor, really. I said that Condor went after me kind of the way you went after Bear. So, yeah, I'm not saying you are exactly like Condor, but I get it. And eventually, we fucked with each other to the point that no one had to say, hey, peace or whatever. We just stopped even fucking dealing with each other because why? Woohoo Raven, I don't know. And she had invited me to be on a thing with her. I want you both to stop, Mobius. Honestly. Like I said, I like when all the people that I hang with or talk to get along or whatever, that's basically the thing. Did Bear overreact? Well, I mean, I could take some credit for that. I was saying some shit he didn't like. And then maybe I was effing with him too much, and you showed up and you started whatever you did, because I'm not entirely 100% sure. Other people might be, more sure. But he was already, I think Bear was already pissed off at me fucking with him a little bit. And then when you came in, it was like, oh no, I'm not doing with any of this bullshit, But I would suggest that, have a long, hard thought about things and maybe stop calling it people liars and shit. I mean, because at the end of the day, between you and I, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Bear did anything personal to you, did he? I mean, then again, I don't know. I don't think I ever watched the video you referred to, whatever. But in my experience, Bear's always been a pretty solid guy. So, 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. Yeah, Thunderdome over here.
Can't we just get beyond Thunderdome?
Who rules Bartertown? That was a great movie. It was a great movie. I know a lot of people think it sucked. And okay, according to, if you compare it to 1 and 2, yeah, it kind of does suck, but it's still a good movie though. It's like Conan Destroyer compared to Conan the Barbarian. It's not a great movie, but it's still a good watch. I like it. Well, I mean, Mobius, if you feel like you won whatever vendetta the two of you have had going on, I mean, I have no opinion of that. I literally just don't even know. It's Monday. This is the one day of the week that I'm guaranteed to stream. I haven't streamed in 2 days.
It's Monday. I'm about to play a game in a few hours.
You get to play your game. You're going to be happy. We got a happy hillbilly over here that's going to get to play his game.
I'm not a hillbilly. I'm a swampy.
Yeah, you're a fucking stump jumper.
No, we're in the swamp territory of Kentucky.
Yeah. Filthy fucking dirt farmer. But
I get to annoy the hillbilly.
You don't annoy me, man.
I'm not talking about you.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about Bubba.
Poor Bubba.
He's got me in his game. It's gonna be crazy.
Well, I mean, he hasn't kicked you out, and Bubba is the kind of guy that if you annoy him, he will send you packing.
Yeah, fair enough.
So the fact that you haven't been sent packing means you're not.
Nope, we lost him again.
Pissing him off. Like, I don't know if he'd want good guy. He's got a big heart. Also, next time I see him, he sent me Bela Lugosi's dad being sang by a bunch of redneck hillbilly types. And it was really actually good. I was like, oh my God. I was like, I mean, this guy, he looked like he crawled straight out of the holler. And, speak of the freaking Bubba.
Bubba.
It is Bubba.
Yay.
Oh, you're only kissing up because he runs the gang you're in.
Don't work.
Wait till I do something crazy, and then he'll hate me.
Dude, I'm a terrible person to ask to critique people or when they're playing because I'm just rough. Because we're all kind of retarded. I'm playing a cleric right now, and the guys in my party want to murder me. My last I burned all the extra spell books they kept finding, and they were just losing their shit. They were like, "Why are you burning all these damn books?" I said, "It's my pick. Zool craves knowledge, so I sacrifice it to Zool. Maybe I'll get more spells and get spells later on." It's called role playing. Why do you need the same fucking spell in 6 different books?
All right. You're like, I must appease Zool the Destroyer.
Yeah.
Zool likes the minor variations of each spell.
Weaver.
In Greg Gillespie's world, Zool, Z-U-U-L, is their elder element, is their elemental god. He's their evil elemental god dude. And the symbols match from Mila Jovovich movie, The 5 Elements, The Fifth Element.
The Fifth Element, yeah.
Yeah, its symbol matches that stuff.
I'm still kind of getting used to playing.
Was it Zool, though, that was in, like, one of the Ghostbusters movies?
Huh? Zool's in Ghostbusters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zool the Destroyer or some shit.
Yeah.
Was that the first or second one?
First and third.
First
we don't count the actual second one. It doesn't exist, and neither does the Lesbo reboot.
Really?
Doesn't exist. Never happened.
Which one was the second one?
I didn't think the second
River of Goo. Hate Goo?
Yeah.
Yeah, but come on.
Vigo
the Merciless or whatever. Was cool.
Or something, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was bad, so I don't know. I liked it.
If you notice that the one they just did is a direct sequel to the first Ghostbusters, it ignores the sequel and all these other in the reboots.
Right.
The one they just redid with the kids. It's a direct sequel to the first one.
Didn't they even like AI Vinkman in for a minute?
Yeah, they did. They ghosted him in, which is curious. They AI'd him in as a ghost, and he's a dead actor. So there's some. It's kind of surreal when you think about it.
I know a lot of it had to do though with the fact that he and Bill Murray had a falling out over something, and hadn't talked for a long time. And it wasn't until Groundhog Day came out that he and Bill Murray had made up enough that, they could be on the same.
It's usually a paycheck that fixes all those problems, except when it comes to Chevy Chase. I get people who just hate Chevy Chase. And I kind of like Chevy Chase.
I have heard that the character he plays in Community is like the real him.
Yeah. I know he's arrogant. I mean, he's Canadian, so he's naturally arrogant. So,
yeah, but I mean,
all Canadians.
I mean, how he's kind of like such a dick in Community. That's kind of how he really is. He's that guy. He's the guy that shows up to the D&D game uninvited just to fuck it up.
Yeah, I'm here to destroy your game. Yeah. Yeah,
except at the end of that episode, which they don't show because they claim there was a hate crime because Senor Chang dressed up like a drow.
The drow. People been doing that.
And they're saying that's blackface. And it's like, no, he's a drow. His skin is literally the blackest of black. He's got white hair. He's like, my name is Bartakovix, magic user baby, and all this shit.
User baby.
Remember that?
And the guy they're playing the game with because they think he might commit suicide. Chevy Chase shows up, fucks everything up.
Yeah.
And in the end, they're so worried about the guy, and the guy's like, that was the best game I've ever played.
Yeah, that's the best episode of Community, in my opinion.
That was such a good episode. Like Chevy Chase steals his ancestral sword.
Did you see?
And he's sitting there, and the guy's like, I want my ancestral sword back. And Chevy Chase is like, I'm going to rub my balls all over it.
It's more like an actual D&D session with a bunch of assholes, a bunch of high schoolers. That was the closest representation of actual gameplay.
Actual young nerds being fuck ups. And then there was the whole, I'm going to cast polymorph other on him. And they're like, oh, well, what are you going to turn him into? And Chevy Chase is just like, fat. It's just like, what? Dark Knight. What's up, homie? Mobius, does your mother know you're being a jerk?
Did you ever see the
Are
documentary?
you, I don't know if they have basements in Ireland, Mobius. I do know they have basements in Kentucky and in Canada, though.
Yep.
So,
Although
and I love basements. I don't know why anybody would consider it an insult to have a basement. One of the
Basements
top
are
5
nice.
things I hate about Florida is the inability to have a basement. You cannot have a basement, a root cellar, none of that shit down here.
They'll
Because
just
if
get
you
flooded.
dig more than 8 inches deep, the hole will fill up with fucking water.
Yeah, it'll just flood. So there's no reason to have a basement.
Yeah, I don't understand the insult. Bunch of basement dwelling role players. It's like,
Oh,
my
that's
wife
what we
and I have already decided when we
That's
get our house done
Kentucky,
up there,
Kentucky, the best room is the basement.
That's
right?
the whole failure to launch thing, man. Did you ever see the documentary, the Dungeon Masters?
Don't know.
It had a couple who perpetually dressed up as Drow all the time. That they couldn't blur. They blurred the line between their fictional characters and them, and they would just sit around the house dressed up as Drow and like go grocery shopping and stuff.
You know, this is going to sound weird, and I don't know what she looked like, but if she's relatively hot and dressed up like a drow, that'd be kind of cool.
No,
Yep.
she looked like your A-tip. No, she did not.
I think I'd be okay with that.
The only hot girls playing D&D are voice actors getting 6-figure salaries for doing so. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing it.
And cosplayers who don't actually play the game, but they show up dressed up like somebody from the game.
Yeah, we got a lot of mids playing D&D, and everybody thinks they're hot because they have bad points of reference. I used to think Felicia Day was kind of cute, and I'd be like, well, actually, she's kind of mid.
Marisha Day is mid, but she is also a redhead from Kentucky. So in my younger days, like I said, I would probably have ended up paying child support to her.
Yeah, that's another one who doesn't admit they're from Kentucky. She was raised in Texas, though.
Marisha Day?
No, Felicia Day.
Oh,
Marisha
no,
Day-
I was thinking Marisha Ray.
Right, I still don't know. I had to look that up the
With-
other day when you said that, and like you said she's in Winchester, and I was like, no fucking way. She's from Louisville, which makes more sense.
Oh, what I read said something else, but whatever.
Mount
Kentucky.
Mount Washington is over in it's a suburb of Louisville.
Yeah. Okay. That does make sense
Mhm.
because everyone in Louisville sucks.
Yeah.
We could
Loser
figure
beer.
out a way to push it across the Ohio River and make it part of Ohio. That'd be
Yeah,
so
it is
great.
a Midwestern town landlocked into Kentucky.
Yeah, it's like
It's a
get the fuck out of
Midwestern
here.
city, and they hate being considered Kentuckians.
Yeah, they don't
Except
like
on the
Kentucky.
gangster
We don't
side.
like
They're proud to
them.
be Kentuckians, but they're such trash.
Yeah, they are. But you're talking about the girl from the guild. She has never ever been anything but mid.
Yeah. Although the whole concept of Critical Role was her idea. Once you dig into it, which is interesting.
Was it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I will admit though that she was kind of cute when she was dressed up as her character in the music video they made. They made a music video about Date My Avatar or something.
Yeah, that stuff was neat, and I was mistaken.
She
I
was
thought that
cute.
geek culture shit was kind of cool, and now I realize how bad it's been for the hobby.
Well, it's really the fall of geek culture was when fucking douchebag lost his mind.
Yeah, with
Will
Wheaton.
Because there for the longest time, he was like the king of the fucking nerds.
Dude, I watch board game. I like watching them new games because I would like to watch people play it before I try to drop $50 to $80 on a fucking board game.
Right.
Yeah, 'cause
He was
there's-
also the narrator in one of the DDO adventures, Temple of Elemental Evil.
Yeah, I don't like DDO. I tried to play it off and on.
Yeah, me neither.
It's
I tried it
Eberron.
once.
I tried to play it. It was Eberron. I hated it. But then when they introduced Forgotten Realms and Greyhawk, I went back. And I just stayed in those two areas
I'll probably
and
go
never
back
went back. to
Greyhawk, but it's still a 3.0 system, so I don't know.
I didn't care for it. My cousin tried it. I tried it with him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay. I'm not playing it right now either, so obviously I must have got tired of it too. But to be fair, I did hit max level twice on one character though, and then I hated the character because I started out as an artificer and I loved it. Human artificer, run around with like a machine gun crossbow, just fucking everything up. And then I decided to become like a thief or something. And it made it where I could no longer use any of my artificer powers. And I muscled through that to get back to max level so I could do the class swap again. And I tried to go back to artificer because I was like, because it was the only class I actually really liked.
I tried to make a tiefling cleric who was worshiping the goddess of love for some reason.
Gay.
It was stupid. I was just like, he looks big, evil, demonic. I'm gonna make him stupid and make him like. I know. I didn't really make an interesting character. I was just like, I'm bored. I'll see what I can make.
I deduct 500 XP. That's so gay.
I used my bonus points they give you if you haven't pay monthly, and I bought the whole outfit so that my character looked like Warduke.
That's awesome. Warduke is awesome.
So yeah, I had a warrior running around at like level 9, but he was dressed up to look identical to Warduke, and that was kind of cool.
I had an OSE game I was running where everybody was minions of Kelly.
I had an OSE game where I was running where the party actually kind of got in a fight with Kellic, but didn't. And then in the end, traded him a manual of godly intellect or something for a bunch of magic items Kellic had.
Yeah.
And Warduke and the rest of the bad guys from the Shady Dragon Inn were there versus the player characters. And I don't know why I did it, but I did it. They were sitting there bargaining with Kellic over magic items and stuff. And Kellic had, lemon cakes and tea brought out for everyone. And of course, Warduke never said anything, right? He was just being a big, like, imposing fighter. And it turned out that Kellic told him that Warduke actually made the lemon cakes because in addition to his other hobbies, he also loves to bake.
Okay,
and they were like, what? and of course, Warduke was just sitting there, I fucking the bunch of them, with his that helmet.
Who made this cake? Vatprak did. Like, whoa, the assassin made the cake. It's delicious. And
right? Like, oh no, the half-orc assassin made this tea.
Yeah,
have it.
You're starting to sweat. Like, wait a minute.
Wait a minute here.
You've insulted your host. Kellic and Vatprak are unamused.
Well, I made Kellic lawful evil, and he was willing.
I go neutral evil, half elf.
Well, I mean, there's no neutral. I don't like neutral evil, but anyway. So Kellic was lawful evil, which meant he was willing to bargain with the player characters who were mostly various neutral alignment, like whatever type. They weren't all lawful good paladins. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
And now they did try to ambush player characters to murder them, but the player characters saw them and teleported around them and went back to the town. And once Kellic got back to the town with his party of ambushers, he realized he's just going to have to play it straight because otherwise the Margrave of the town would get involved. And he didn't want all that, because that's where his tower was. So he was trying to play it cool. Yeah. And I tried to give all those bad guys like personalities,
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Warduke, he loves murdering people. That's his thing. But he also makes a mean fucking lemon cake when he wants to.
Mean lemon cake. That's kind of funny.
Kellic is actually very genteel. He's lawful evil. He's an archmage, but he's very genteel. He will invite you in and serve tea. That doesn't mean he's not planning on killing you at some point.
Yeah, I still go with neutral evil because everything was about personal gain with him in the cartoon. So
right. See, me, I kind of set them up as a group.
now,
And a big part of it was that the female, what was her name?
Which one?
The sorceress female.
I can't remember. I statted them all.
I've got her miniature and everything. It's in the Shady Dragon Inn supplement too. I had her.
They redid in Dragon Magazine for 3.0 for Warduke. They made him an absolute beast.
He should have been.
He was from the Bandit Holds. He was a Bandit Lord from the Bandit Holds.
Yeah. He was best friends with the Paladin, and then they went on the adventure, and that gemstone revealed their innermost nature. And everybody thought Warduke was kind of a good guy because he was a fighter, and he always went up front and fought the orcs or whatever and killed them, right? But then when he went in front of the Heartstone or whatever, it turned out that the reason he was always going up front and killing everything is he fucking loved killing things. So it was like, so everybody all of a sudden was like, wait, he's not being heroic. He just really likes to kill things. And that's when he
I'm playing on Sundays. I'm playing a chaotic evil cleric because I started out as chaotic neutral, and he let me do Keck. I'm worshiping Keck, so I'm playing a lunatic, right? I'm just playing a madman. I got this damn ring, and it made me chaotic evil. I'm in a group with a paladin, and he is yet to detect evil on me.
Just a passerby. I don't know if I watched the end credits. I did get to the part where the two people go in and they find the really old blues guy and they kind of hang out for a while and then leave. If there was something even after that, I missed it. Yes, very flat Mobius. Not only very flat in Florida, but we're literally like a foot above sea level. So, if a big wave ever hits in the Atlantic, it would probably go all the way to the Gulf.
At least you're not negative like New Orleans.
And that's one of the reasons I hate it here. The humidity, the flatness. I love the people, and I love all of the things you can do here. But yeah, the weather, humidity, how flat it is and boring and sucky. I would rather be on top of my mountain, like staring down into the valley.
It's been so icy lately, bud. It's crazy.
Sitting here. What?
It's been so icy. I'm going to send you the IMDb link for that Dungeon Masters movie. It's from 2008. And I thought the girl was bigger. She's kind of she's mid. So the picture of the girl dresses like a drow all the time's on it.
Look, I could get down with a little cosplay action.
Okay. Let's say it made me feel bad watching that documentary. I'm like, man, I've done some of this and I hate it. So it's like, ugh.
On the other hand, though, I'm always a little wary of D&D players that get way too into their character.
Yeah.
Because then you're talking like a Tom Hanks situation.
Yeah, I'm all about making a new character. Just start over. And you got some people, man, they can't. It's just going to be that guy 2.0, 3.0.
Oh, well, I mean, I definitely have the type. I play fighters, humans.
I play everything. I don't think there's a class I haven't really played, except bards. I hate them.
Nowadays, Mobius, a lot of snowbirds, believe it or not, are ending up in South Carolina.
Yeah.
Clerics. I played fighters. I played barbarians. I played paladins.
I did think about making a barbarian character based on baby cakes from China, Illinois, though.
I played a Gaelic barbarian in Mattias's
I thought about doing that once. Some kind of like, maybe not Gaelic. Mine was more like Pictish.
You weren't a barbarian. I was just playing a spear guy who rode horse.
Yeah.
So,
One of the players in our game that hasn't been able to show for a while, like I said, because he's getting chemo treatments. Oh, that was the end credits scene. Yeah, that was fucking the best scene of the movie, Passerby. I loved it. Like, I accidentally watched that whole movie because I didn't pick to watch it. It just came on after I got done watching Event Horizon. And I just sat there watching it, and I thought, this is okay, and then all of a sudden it got really freaky and cool. And, with Remick, the Irish guy, showing up and everything. And it was just really cool. It was a cool movie. It was a good movie.
I do kind of miss Bubba, that one game Bubba did where I could play the boulder.
Boulder.
I shelved it. But working out.
There was a guy.
I can't run 3 fantasy campaigns at once. Like my brain.
There was a guy that used to be on YouTube a lot, Anders or something, and he used to run a D&D game, but it was like you played wrestlers.
That's kind of what I went for.
A Lucha Libre
Like
game?
everyone was a wrestler.
Yeah.
And like he would get on and he would do like all that smack talk and shit, trying to put over.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like fun. There is
fun.
there are a couple wrestling games.
Yeah, and he was like, and then like he had issues. I guess his ex-wife tried to have him thrown in jail, and then he got out. And now he makes videos every now and then, but a lot of times they're just about.
Yeah, James. The boulder basically was a dwarf fighter I made, no armor, and would just constantly call himself the boulder.
Yeah, I was waiting for him to die.
Woodward or something, but
the last 2 sessions we've had. So.
His name was Anders, and I think he wrote the Within the Wheel of Fire game or something. And he was big into like integrating like the whole wrestling thing into like D&D.
Worldwide Wrestling Tabletop RPG. I'm going to
Yeah.
check it out. That sounds hilarious. Maybe I should mention that to the Red Room. Get a Red Room wrestling game.
Oh gosh.
Well, I have no imagination, so I know who I want to play.
I'm a Roddy Piper guy, but I'd probably make up something.
Fighter Hayabusa from the Nintendo game Pro Wrestling. And my signature move is going to be the back brain kick.
I'll play King.
How about a parody of like some of these SNL or one of them when they made fun of wrestlers with the guy, the over the shoulder boner holder would be my finishing move.
I could just make.
He's wedging him up over the shoulder. He's got him in the over the shoulder boner holder. Look at the pain on his. He's tapping out. He's tapping out.
You had the one guy, the Piranha.
Yeah, I remember
and
that.
then you had like the good guy, I guess. His name was like King Golden or some shit. All those old pro wrestling Nintendo guys.
I remember that.
Yeah, I love that game. I'd always play against Haas, and I'd play Fighter Hayabusa. And if you move right, you can get in position to do the back brain kick, and there's nothing your opponent can do about it. And I just back brain kick.
Yeah, you had one move. I do over.
Just that one move and just.
Oh, you're a cheeser.
Oh yeah, man.
If it works,
you should have seen when he and I used to play like fucking the old Nintendo 1980s Super Bowl or whatever. I always played the Kansas City Chiefs and fucking Christian Okoye. I would play Christian Okoye, their fullback, anytime I was on offense. And instead of running to get the touchdown, I would just run his actual players down. Like all of them, because he could do that, just knock everyone down. Then I'd do the touchdown, and then like half of his team would get drawn off by injuries, and he'd get so pissed. You're like, that's not right. You're like, well, you know,
Make a good Blood Bowl video game. That sounds awesome. I want to play Blood Bowl.
they have a Blood Bowl video game, but the video game cheats.
The only football game I played was like NFL Quarterback Club 99.
I don't play any of them. I like sports ball games.
Yeah, the Blood Bowl game cheats, and they admit they cheat because they don't think they could have designed the AI of the teams to actually beat the players. So what the game does is, one, you start out with your team of players with like no skills or anything. Everyone you play against is like a high level team. Every player's got like 5 skills, right? And then on top of that, they will allow the AI team to like get like there'll be passes that there's no fucking way they should ever be able to complete that will complete. And then they'll get interceptions on you when they're nowhere near close to being able
warp over.
Yeah, so it's like the game, in an effort to make itself more challenging, just fucking cheats. And
Yeah, there's
that,
a lot of games that does that.
and I hate that. So I was like, yeah, I ain't playing this fucking game anymore.
Oh, I got a tournament coming up in March. I'm going to enter a tournament.
Blood Bowl?
No, BattleTech Classic.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Are you doing points or tonnage?
Points, 8K BV2. I'm not sure about the eras yet that they're going to do. It's boot to the head tourney in memory of our friend Greg Kinder, who passed away this last Halloween, and they're going to make it an annual thing. And it's free to play, but it's a $5 entry fee for the tournament. March 14th. If anyone's in the Northeast Kentucky area, Boyd County, March 14th, GoboCon. They would do limited seating.
Well, if I were in that area, I know I'd go.
Yeah, I'm waiting for answers on the house variants before I start theory crafting my my mech designs. I'm thinking I'm going just Kurita. 8K BV2, I could do a whole company of medium mechs almost.
Well, yeah, depending on, like you said, the points. If you go Kurita, you can get like the Javelin version F or whatever, which gets rid of all of the fucking missiles for just more medium lasers. It's basically the slower, cheaper fucking Jenner.
Right.
And,
I would do Jenners.
And just get nuts.
Yeah. But I'll probably run a pair of Jenners, a Hot Hammer, and a Kurita Archer, and whatever points I got left for a medium or two. Maybe a Shadow Hawk.
That is one thing House Kurita does have in spades, though, is Kurita, I think, might have, especially if you're playing the classic 3025. Kurita has the best light mechs in the game. There's nothing. I mean, nothing is better than a Jenner.
But if it's versus other light mechs, it'll just pound them to shit at range.
Oh, if it's anything.
Just got to hit once.
I mean, the Kurita mechs, I mean, the Panther is a threat. It can just sit back in a good position, lobbing PPCs across the board, and they're cheap. Yeah. And then between the Javelin F and the Jenner, you've got 2 light mechs in the 30-ton
I would always go Jenner. It's just more efficient.
It's faster, but the Javelin can take more damage, and they both have the same weapons loadout. So you've got like a light mech that has like a 5-8 move, but it's got 4 fucking medium lasers and the heat to fire it.
Right. The SRM4 is the most effective SRM package for the series.
Yeah.
It has the highest damage. Yeah. Same way with the LRM-15, which Kurita goes heavy on LRM-15s because they don't actually have LRM-20. They have limited LRM-20 resources. So
yeah, and the problem with the LRM-20 anyway is that it generates a lot of heat. It's very, very heavy, and it consumes so much ammo. The 15 is just the better choice anyway.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're going to do 10 rounds because the last time, because I actually played in tourneys with Greg back in the day when Hobbytown did it at the mall here. We did tournaments, and then we did cash tournaments at the local hobby stores. We used to do cash tournaments for bragging rights. So my buddy, who's won more of them than I have, I trash talked him into playing. So Trav's going to play. So my old crew's going to be there.
Very cool.
Or I could just go Hunchbacks and Atlas. Just if it's 10 rounds, if I got 10 shots of autocannon 20 on each mech, just slug it up. Just go Steiner.
Steiner Scout Squadron.
Let's try. Because if it's 10 rounds and then you go on, autocannon 20s across the board. My problem is I prefer mobile fire support lances, but they need more time to win. Whereas if I'm just being a fucking thug, I'm going to roll out autocannon 20s, run up, they rush this guy, and they just clobber him. That's 3 autocannon 20s this round. You're done. Boom, 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 boom. And the punishment that a hunchback can take is ridiculous.
Yeah, they're pretty rough. I typically go with Merrick, Free Worlds League. And one of my favorite mechs that I use a lot is the Orion.
Yeah, that's a good, well-rounded one. I use that for my Tauren Concordant and my Merrick Lances. And
yep, I like the Orion and I like the Thunderbolt quite a bit. There's a variant of the Thunderbolt that Merrick gets. And then the Merrick variant for the Marauder is actually good.
Yeah.
Compared to like almost every other variant of the Marauder. The Merrick version drops PPCs for large lasers and then just increases the shit out of armor and heat sinks and everything like that.
Yeah, it does. It keeps the autocannon 5 though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. The damage curve for a heavy is kind of low in my opinion.
Yeah.
But I'm also a fan of the Mauler, and I know that's a big turd. So I'm like, I like the Mauler. But dude, I'm a fan of the autocannon too, because my if it's combined arms, I'd have a wing of freaking warrior attack helicopters. Ping ping, ping ping. And I gotta ask about because I am leaning towards the Shadow.
Well, the AC2 gets a bonus according to the game for shooting down aerial targets too, though.
Huh?
If you use some of the optional or advanced rules, AC2s are considered anti-aircraft weapons.
Yeah. Well,
so they're better.
Crits.
Yeah, they're better for,
I like that 24 rounds, man. People don't factor at, man. I don't know how many headshots I've gotten with a volley of autocannon 2s.
Well, what's crazy too is that if you start playing combined arms, all of a sudden all those mechs with machine guns start getting good.
Yeah.
Because if there's a company of infantry hiding up in a building and you're firing AC-10s at it, it's like good luck. But you run up with someone with fucking shit ton of machine guns, and it's like a fire starter.
Yeah,
runs up on an infantry platoon in a building is like flamer, machine gun.
It's not bad in a 30-25 tournament because these people can't math, and once you start putting heat on them, everybody starts cooking off. That's why I got to find out if we're allowed to use Infernos, because I like having Infernos on a couple of my mechs. That way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you mentioned having, and I mentioned like an Orion, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the fire starter can run up on either of those mechs we mentioned after we fired our PPCs or LRMs or whatever, and then drop heat on it, you could end up having to make an ammo check for that LRM. And if that LRM 15 goes off, you're picking that bitch up. I mean, that's a mech that just exploded into dust.
I'm going to have to go. I'll see you.
I see you. But not only that, with the machine guns and the flamers, you actually have an increased chance of causing pilot checks.
Yeah.
And in the duration of a game, there's only 6 pilot checks you get. even if you roll great every time, when you get that 6-1, it don't matter. You're done. You can have a mech that's completely functional. You get
These guys really like their
passes
pause
out.
rifles and stuff, so I'm pretty sure they're going to do 30-55, 8K.
A lot of people like
battle.
30-55 for some reason.
It's because once you get past that, you start getting a lot of these high tech advanced weapons like the ultra autocannons and the
Right.
rotary autocannons and the thunderbolt missiles, blah blah blah, and it gets kind of ridiculous. So,
Well,
a lot
one
more
thing
to keep track of.
3050 did is it made a lot of mechs that people thought not suck.
Yeah, with the Starlink tech, actually
Yeah,
just double heat
because of the
sinks.
increased tech, but
Just a double heat sinks. That's all you got to do for a lot of them is just put double heat sinks in, and they're fine.
yeah, like the Marauder, remove all the additional heat sinks, put the doubles in the engine that it normally would have, and all of a sudden those PPCs can rock every round.
Well, you don't upgrade them to ERPs. I think upgrading to ERP kind of hurts you sometimes. The 23 range is nice, but that heat, 15 heat.
Yeah.
ER large laser is probably the worst efficient one. It's 9 damage and 12 heat, and you don't really get much. You get 19 range. You don't really get much range out of it. It isn't like a clan ER.
Yeah, it's not super special.
But I do like them. I like them. That's one thing I would do to a mauler is take the ERs off, just put regular large lasers on there, and it's suddenly not running hot anymore.
Yeah, I don't really play anything past 3025 unless I'm playing Alpha Strike.
I hate Alpha Strike. I hate it.
A lot of people do, but when I play Alpha Strike, then all of a sudden I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
You
But
know,
it's
tell me
not,
the era.
it dumbs it down. You don't have to math the heat sinks and stuff. I just don't like it at all.
Everything you just said is true, but what I like is being able to fight like a huge combined arms army.
I keep hearing that, and that's the argument all my local guys do. And I'm like, we always ran company size combined arms and battalion size battles on the weekends. It's just how much time do you want to invest into
Exactly right. And a lot of people only want to spend, hey, what's up, homie? A lot of people only want to spend
pizza or
an hour
cheese
playing
pizza.
that game.
That's what it comes down to me. Do I want one pizza with toppings and good cheese, or do I want 3 shitty cheese pizzas from Mr. Getty's? Give me the good
There's
pizza.
no such thing as bad pizzas. And also,
I made a whole thing about it. There's some pizzas that they should be charged with crimes for making them, and that's CC's, Mr. Getty's, Domino's, Papa John's. All that's trash. Trash.
Okay. You seem very passionate about that. So
That and cheeseburgers. The pinnacle of Western cuisine is the cheeseburger.
I'll tell you what. Anyone who makes fun of Americans for eating cheeseburgers, they're just fucking jealous.
I always laugh. I was like, dude, French cuisine is like out of necessity or dares sometimes. I swear. The only thing it really comes close is Americanized Mexican food. And to be honest,
because if you've ever been to Mexico,
we don't like
you
beans.
know that their Mexican food is not our Mexican food.
I know, right? Like I said, Tex-Mex is the way to go for Mexican food. Or SoCal street food, right? SoCal street carts.
Right.
Because to
when
me,
you're down in Saltillo, believe me, you're not getting what you think. When you order those street tacos, they're not going to be what you think they are.
Buyer beware, dude. I like authentic barbacoa, but you can't get people to get the tongue and the cheek. They all make it with chuck. So
yeah, we have a good place up here that does. You can get street tacos with carne de lingua.
Yeah, beef tongue.
Yeah, and like it's so wild how many people are like put off, and it's like, dude, beef tongue is really good.
It has the flavor of a chuck roast without the fat content, which is crazy.
It's like you have no idea how good this actually is, but Regardless of that, I just wanted to stop in and say hi and I love you. Well, same to you, little brother. Stay out of trouble. Yeah, double heat sinks were if you play the game in an era where double heat sinks are a thing, you're basically fooling yourself if you think there's tactics anymore.
Well, there is, because you got to start critting those damn double heat sinks. Because then
Right, the biggest part of
and their loss is even more felt because all your weapons generate more heat. Once you got 3 double heat sinks off a Marauder, they're screwed.
Well, at 6 heat they're not dropping, but yeah, the main part of, in my opinion, tactical skill or skill at Battletech is managing heat.
Yeah.
And if you start playing a game where management of heat is just not,
it's still there in the 30 area. And actually, I think it's more critical because you can overheat easier. They create these big fire platforms. They load everything on there. But if they go full burp, they host if you get in on them and get some heat.
Well, that's if your tournament allows clan mechs in it, forget about it. You know, somebody with a Ryokan or fucking anything.
Well, I'm not counting clan. Clan tech is a whole different thing. And they're
going to rip you apart.
The true test of skill there is actually having your clan opponents make your buddies bid down to where they're using less battle value than you are, because that's exactly what the clans would do.
Which is how it's supposed to be, but people don't do that all the time.
People are pussies. And I've won that fight with 3025 tech versus clan tech, and it's rough. But when you win, you won. You won.
Like a Masakari rolls over the hill and just starts unloading with fucking 4 ER clan, large lasers, and enough heat sink to fucking do it. You know, it's like
target computer. I blew off his leg. He's at medium range. We're targeting legs now. He's face dirt.
Yeah.
He's prone this round. I core him out. Center torso.
Well, I've talked about this. I think the reason I hate the clan so much is the guys that ran the Battletech tournaments down here, they use tonnage.
You can't do that.
And when the clans came out, they still used tonnage. And that meant me sticking to the lances I played when I showed up at the tourney and somebody was playing the same tonnage but clan tech. Mm-hmm. It was like, what the fuck is this?
You have to make them go by battle value, and you have to make sure that they clicked in Skunkworks that they're paying for their clan pilots. They pay for but this is another trick I've seen people do, and it makes me furious. They don't put the clan pilots in, and that multiplier isn't applied to their battle value, so they're skeezing you on the piloting checks and everything. They're cheap.
Well, yeah, even interspear pilot, if you pick like a veteran pilot, it like doubles or triples the cost of the match.
Yes. So if you gotta watch
even more.
But I've noticed the people who want to play clan just want to win at any cost, and that includes cheating. That'll be the guy who's not counting heat. He's not doing anything. He's cheating. Because I
am very proud of myself that I stopped being a win at all costs player.
I play to have fun, but 3025 tech versus clan invasion, or even 3050 when you're doing like the counterattacks. Those scenario books are fun to play, but you can't. It's hard to get people to go. We're going to do the battle of Tukid one battle at a time until we finish it. Let's see if we can pull this off. And
yeah, you got to have a pretty dedicated club for that.
Yeah, we don't have that anymore. All the guys, like my friend Greg, they're dying off.
I know. I feel it. It's like every day I wake up and like one of the first things on my mind is, well, I wonder who I know died today.
Yeah, all the Battletech guys I played were 50. They would be 58 to 62 now.
When I ran hard playing Battletech, I guess I could say, everyone I played with was like 10 years older than me.
Yeah.
So they would all be like 64
Yeah.
at least, 70 maybe.
Most guys I played with were 2 to 4 years ahead of me in school. So they would be 58 to 62. And in this area, you know how it is in Eastern Kentucky. Men start hitting 60, they start dropping.
Well, yeah. The people I played against the most when I played Battletech was actually 2 school teachers. And so I was 20 and they were old then. When I was 20, they were already old. They were school teachers.
Yeah.
And they already had gray hair and big beards and whatever. So I mean, they both passed now, and it's, and I can't be sad because when I started playing Battletech with them, yeah, they were 20 plus years older than I
That's where all the war gamers were. So all the guys I played war games with, or the familiar faces when I went to Origins to play war games or Battletech.
Yeah, all the old dudes.
Yeah, them dudes are definitely. They stopped going up to Origins though when they stopped doing the military guests of honor to speak for the War College. They did away with that years ago, and it started being more just gayness that took over Origins.
It's so weird too, because I've been deep in the gaming scene here in Florida for years since I've been down here. And that includes like the vampire scene and all. And I think all together I've ever gamed with whatever, like 3 gay people.
Dude,
So
I don't know what it is about Huntington, West Virginia and Vampire the Masquerade, but that was DGN Central. But I was just talking about if they did the Origins. I mean, I just, gay is a pejorative.
Well, my point was, it's like, it seems like in the gaming community, they might be overrepresented.
For certain systems, yeah.
I mean, honestly, like, how many gay dudes do you think you're going to run into when you show up at a Warhammer 40K tournament?
Probably next to none.
Like none, really. Maybe one. But then look at all the drama on Twitter about all these guys wanting to paint their Space Marines up in rainbow colors and shit.
I know, that's just disgusting.
And trans colors. And I guarantee you those people do not play the game.
Right. I can't afford to play 40K. I just think it's ridiculous.
Well,
but I prefer generic war game systems that I can play with any miniature I want, as long as I point it up.
Right.
Game Works has always been kind of tight-fisted. Now, we used to play it all the time, that Danzig corridor, so I'd go there and play Friends armies, but I was never one who invested a lot except into my orcs, right? And I always got pretty good deals for orcs. But
I mean, I was watching the Angry Tabletop Gamer the other day, or Holy Diver, as he used to be known, and I guess he's like saying he's never buying another Games Workshop thing again. He's over.
Just STL it, rip it. Just rip it, rob them,
or buy from Chromac. I mean, there's companies out there that are.
They make all the cool heads, don't they? Chromac's one makes all the cool heads, like the Southern Caps or the Cavalry Haps or the Kaiser Helms.
I know Chromac. I actually thought about buying. They were selling orc heads wearing like Confederate forage hats.
I remember those.
And I was like, that's kind of cool.
Like some from Kentucky long rifles would be kind of funny. Orcs would still be using that stuff. You know that, right? There'd be
some of the 40K novels are good. And I can tell you the main 3 you want to read, and anything after that, that's on you. But it's the first 3 books of the Horus Heresy.
It peaked during Rogue Trader. That's all you got to know about Warhammer. It peaked with Rogue Trader.
It wasn't even Warhammer at Rogue Trader. I don't know what the fuck it was. 2nd edition is when it become Warhammer, but 3rd is when it become modern Warhammer, really. Yeah. Because 2nd edition, they were still using all the D&D dice and all kind of, it was still pretty fucking nuts.
Yeah,
if you're going to read any novels, you need to read False Gods. What's the other one? The Eye of Horus or whatever. And but it's the first 3 books that explain how the Horus Heresy starts and goes all the way up past the Battle of Isfahan and all that.
Yeah,
Now, if you want to keep reading after that, that's on you. But be aware, there's 70 freaking books just for the horse heresy. So, well, if you got some older editions of the game, that's fine. I like if you wanted to play Horse Heresy, because one thing about Horse Heresy is they've yet to release any books for like Xenos, but any 7th edition book is about Xenos. So if you're playing in a Horse Heresy group, but you want to play orcs, just go get the 7th edition orc book. You're good to go. Because Horse Heresy just uses 7th edition rules. Now, I have been buying some Warhammer type stuff, but it's been like this.
Yeah. The epics.
The epics. And I've been getting them on sale. And Shadow's like, I'm not getting the new epics, blah, blah, blah. They're going to end that game anyway. And I'm like, dude.
You'll get it when they end it.
I don't think so, because they keep putting shit out for it. Like very recently, they put out these fucking for your Space Marines, the Falchion Super Heavies.
Just play Ogre. You know, you just want to play Ogre.
Ogre's a good game. And then if I played Ogre, I could just sit around and be like, "You've got ogres all day," like that lame dude at Wizards of the Coast. The lore is interesting, but really, the first 3 Horse Heresy books are the pinnacle of all the books, and then after that, it's like, yeah, you know. And then for Warhammer Fantasy, if there's any series of books you want to pick up, it's either Fritz and Gotrek or whatever, Hans and Gotrek, whatever it is, the dwarf and the human that are running around adventuring. They're pretty good. But my favorite is about Malus Darkbane or Demonbane, and that's the Dark Elf warrior. He's got an omnibus of like all the shit that goes on when you're a Dark Elf living in Canada. Well, Nagaroth, but it's actually Canada. And that book's really good too. That series is really good. But then the rest of the books are super hit or miss. Some of them might be good, and some of them suck. And the problem with the Horse Heresy, like I said, is they have so many different books, like 60 of them, and at least half of them are pure filler. You know, they're not even like worth a shit. They're just kind of like how anime puts out all the filler episodes. I keep hearing your computer go bling.
I know. I can't. I got 15.
Oh, I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I'm just was making that thing. So, yeah, Leth was talking about your game, and I was like, well, Leth, you must be doing okay. And he's like, why is that? And I was like, well, because Bubba will kick a dude out of his game in a second if you don't like what's going on. So
he's not. He seems green is all. And I was joking the other day, and I was a little tipsy. I said, "It's the worst cleric ever." He just playing a fighter if he casts cleric spells. That's how he's playing it. But it is a priest of Chrom, so that's probably
he told me that same thing.
But
he told me that, and I'm like,
"What are you dropping around him, dude?" He was like, "I'll heal you later."
Like, well, maybe it's because he grew up in the swampy part of Kentucky. You don't know any better.
I was like, "Oh my gosh, he's gonna let him die." He was on
Chrom is a god in the Hyperborean setting as well.
Huh?
In the Hyperborean setting, Chrom is one of the deities worshipped by the Cimmerians, who are, I don't know what, the Cimmerians were an actual tribe in Eastern Europe at one time, a long, long time ago. I think they got wiped out by the Huns or something. And they spoke a Hellenistic language, so it was in the same language group as Greek, but it wasn't Greek. And
People don't exist anymore. But yeah, they did have a larger breadth of influence than we acknowledge in history. But the Hellenistic people are extinct.
yeah, pretty much, except for the Greeks who continue to say they are the Hellenistic people.
They're not. That
But,
was done away with 400 years of Turkish occupation. That's
Well,
why they don't match their history in image or anything, because they're just
let me tell you this.
Mongoloid Turks.
I've had Greeks admit that they're actually Slavs. So because of all the breeding in with the Serbs and the Bulgars, and you know, it's like you guys are Slavs actually now, mostly, and Turk.
400 years of Persian/Turkish occupation that removed any Hellenic lineage from those peoples.
Well,
Just
I
like
think the
they don't-
Turks caught the worst of that deal because the original Turks looked like Chinese people.
Yeah. Right.
And
They're
now
really-
they look like Greeks. So it's like,
worked both ways. We guess it worked it both ways with the Persians and the Greeks. They
whereas, yeah, your Persians also just look like Greeks. As a matter of fact, there was a Persian Empire that was a Hellenistic Persian Empire. After Alexander died, one of his generals ruled Persia as an empire.
And then when that's
I think his name started with a B, but so yeah, the Persians for a while back in the BC were definitely 100% Hellenized.
well,
Their
ruling castes were Hellenized. The people,
right, with the Greek culture, or actually Macedonian culture. And Macedonians who conquered the Greeks are Slavs.
right? They're like in between, I think, and they're kind of a savage version of both.
Well, the Thracians, real fuckheads.
Dicks.
They were a Slavic tribe too. The Thracians, God, they were the worst.
I will cut you and your horse in two.
But the actual god Crom comes from Ireland.
Yeah,
Crom Cruach was an Irish demon
Gaelic. It's Celtic.
that they used to sacrifice children to before St. Patrick smacked him on the altar and made the stone go to hell. That's the story.
Yeah.
But yeah, once a year they would sacrifice 1/10 of the children born that year. So
More blood for blood god. Now we just do it on islands down in the Bahamas.
no shit, right? Seriously, blood for the blood god for real. Or maybe they called him Crom Cruach, but maybe it was just an incarnation of Moloch.
Right? Demons like to
You
put on
know, because I think a lot of times in history, it's like the same deity under a different name and a different, like, and in Hyperborea, they do that too, because like the god of thieves, Rel, is actually Hermes.
Yeah.
But they call him Rel. And the god of murder and shit like that is Ares.
Yeah.
But they don't call him Ares. They call him Thorzazagon or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
They give him a really, and then Krimmer is Crom, Cruach. And of course, Apollo and Demeter are worshipped straight up like Apollo and Demeter. But they have a god called Fon, and it's Bast from Egyptian mythology. She can appear as a beautiful, dusky-skinned woman or a cat-headed woman. And, you know, in her city.
It makes all the weirdos on the fringe all super excited since they can't get their hands on cat girls.
Well, in the city that she's got her main temple in, Cremorum, you cannot kill a cat. It's a death sentence to kill a cat. So, but yeah, all of the deities in the book that aren't like 100% directly called Cthulhu deities, like Cthulhu and Zetagwa and shit, are just Greek or Roman. Well, no, Greek or some other ancient god under a different name. Because like the Vikings in Hyperborea that live in Vikland, they worship Ymir, who was the first frost giant, and they worship the god of skiing, whatever his name is, I forget, and they still pay like reverence to Thor and all the other gods, but they hate Odin because Immer hates Odin.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know. So if you worship Odin, they will make you an outcast and try and kill you, and they're not really good. And the Celts in the game, they worship various gods, and a lot of them are like they worship Noldens, who was the Celtic god of the ocean. And yeah, so you know. So it's weird because it's not a historical game, but it has a lot of historical aspects.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard of it too much. I talk about a lot, but basically I don't know if you've heard of like the old Greek stories or the Thulian bullshit and all that.
Yeah.
But they claim that there was a beautiful continent where the Arctic Circle is now. And the people who lived there were these really tall blonde guys that were super smart and lived
It's the same
hundreds
as the
of years.
real. It's like the real stuff. So the Vrilia, the Thulians, all this. They all have different names, but their archetype is just the same. And now you got a bunch of people going crazy in the conspiracy sphere that it's all under Greenland. That's why they want Greenland. Blah 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 about Jesus. You guys are
Well, in this game, one of the gods, I think the Sagwa, snatched that continent up and just put it in orbit around Saturn. And then built these like giant unknown material stones carved with all kinds of like magic runes and geometry and shit at each of the corners of the continent. And those stones keep the atmosphere and everything in the continent. But the thing is, even though the continent is a flat hexagonal shaped continent, no one knows how thick it is. But everyone knows that if you enter the cave systems under Mount Vermithuen, which is at the very center of the hex, it leads, if you go deep enough, it leads to this entirely like supernatural, otherworldly place called Under Hyperborea. And a lot of the gods live there. Like the spider goddess that's constantly trying to spin a web across this massive abyss. And the toad god lives down there. And Ares lives down there in a palace protected by 5 demon lords. And, you know. And if you even go further than that, you run into the dwarves. And eventually you'll run into the fire giants who enslaved the dwarves. Mm-hmm. And the dwarves in this game are more based on like the old Norse mythology dwarves, which means they begin life as maggots. And they burrow through the earth. And then eventually some of them metamorphosize into dwarves and they're evil as fuck. You know, bow-legged and twisted and really evil and fucking. But they are really good at making metal items.
Yeah, not much different than a kobold.
Right. So what they did is, yeah, the guy just really just based this shit on straight up Norse mythology about dwarves. Or some people call them actual Svart elves or dark elves. There's some confusion about whether the Svart elf is just a name for a dwarf.
Yeah. All the fairies.
Look, is Underdark super original either? And if somebody digs under fucking Quebec, they're going to call it Under Quebec.
We call it queer.
So Mobius, you've already pissed off my bro. But now you're getting close to a line. Don't talk shit about Hyperborea.
Don't make fun of my fictional universe. Greyhawk forever, damn it.
Or I'll set up an altar to the great Cthulhu and put a curse on you or something, right?
I'm getting ready to deep dive in a bunch of the Lakofka dragons. Yodano on X said something, and I was like, "Oh, dude, I'm doing an orange dragon for my campaign. I am doing something with it." Then I remembered the yellow, the brown, the orange, and all that. Those were Lynn Lakofka creations.
I think there were gemstone dragons too, weren't there?
Yeah, I hate the gemstone. They're all fun. I don't like
diamond and all that.
It's
Under
Virginia.
Quebec would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, in Georgia, we got under Atlanta, and it's actually really cool.
Yeah, I was there. I've been under Atlanta back in 98, 99.
Back when I was at Fort Stewart, we went up there a couple times.
Went there from Gordon, actually. Drove over.
Did I tell you one of the guys I was in the platoon with back in the early 90s, late 80s, contacted me. Turns out he retired from the Army as an E9, command sergeant major. Like, so I sent him a picture of that cake somebody you put on my Discord.
Yeah.
It's like when you finally make sergeant, the
You're
cake
dead
you get
to
from
me.
E1 through. It's like, fuck you, you're dead to us, and we hope you
know,
fail.
you know. E4 Mafia runs everything. Everybody knows it.
Down Darker Trails. Richard and I were talking about that one. It's pretty much the Cthulhu, but set in the Old West.
Yeah,
the
I'm
purple
working
book
on some
behind.
sci-fi stuff, but I do like their westerns. They're getting ready to do Wretched Country into Red, which is going to be classless, which I'm okay with. But I like the.
I don't see a purple book behind me. I don't know if there's a purple book behind
There is.
Bella.
There's a purple book
so-
straight behind your other ear, straight back. It's about a 2-inch thick binder, unless it's.
Oh, that purple book? No, that's actually if you're talking about that's Vampire 5e. That's not the one that you can't see it. That big purple book directly behind me, that is the Savage Sword of Conan, number 21.
I gotta go slow down. I heard
Omnibus.
a crash.
Because there was I have my wife went out like for my Christmas a couple of years ago, and she bought me the collections of Savage Sword of Conan. So that's what you're looking at. That big purple book there, that's 21. And if I got it right, and I'm not sure that I do, each book or two is 1 year of Savage Sword of Conan comic books, just all compiled into, a graphic novel, omnibus, whatever you call it. And then next to that purple book is Poison Elves, Desert of the Seventh Sin, or some shit like that, which is a graphic novel based on the Drew Hayes Poison Elf series of comics. They're really the only 2 of 3 comics I've ever bought, really. The third graphic novels I have are Sandman, because I was a huge fan for Requiem of a Dream and stuff. I have a few of the original Savage Sword of Conans around here, but they all are missing the cover. They're all fucked up, dog-eared. The paper's just jacked. It's like a dirty brown now because, I bought them when I was like 14, I guess. And man, I read the hell out of those, which is why when me and Shadow start fighting about it, because it's like he's always talking shit, and I'm like, dude, Savage Sword was awesome, man. You have no idea. And he's like, yeah, but they don't always follow the book. That's my thing. But this is number 21. This is the purple book. I don't know if this is as big as the original magazines. I'd have to find one of my magazines and compare. But yeah, this came out. This is old. This is Dark Horse. And let's see. Do they have they do have an index of stories in here. So this one has 21 Conan stories from Savage Sword. Of course, pencils were by Ernie Chan and all that. And yeah, so you got Death Has Four Corners, The Thief in the Night, Daughter of the Western Sea, The Reign of the Landra, through When Wakes the Golden Serpent, etc. And but the interior is 100%. I mean, this isn't new art or anything. This is Savage Sword. So, you know, I have never been, and probably never will be, have I been a fan of the Marvel Conan the Barbarian comic. Even, and I know this was put out originally by Marvel either, but the smaller one that was colored and everything, I just didn't like it. I didn't like the stories in it. I just, for whatever reason, it just wasn't my thing. But Savage Sword of Conan, yeah, that was my thing, man. Like, how much, what was it my thing? It was my thing so hardcore that I would literally look forward to the beginning of every month when I knew my local convenience store would have received the new copy of the game or the book. And then I would beg, borrow, and steal the $1.50 that they cost and immediately run down to that. You know, because that was back in the day when convenience stores had magazine racks in them. And I'd immediately run down to the store. Well, I'd ride my bike actually, and buy that new Conan magazine, and then I'd read it like 10 times. Yeah, I just never read the smaller colored one for some reason. I felt like the smaller colored ones were made for kids. I really did. Whereas for some reason I thought that the big black and white magazine sized one was the more adult version. And now could I be wrong? 100%. 100% I could be wrong. I mean, wouldn't be the first time today even. But you know, like we were saying earlier, taste is different. People have different tastes, you know, and it's like, and it just is what it is, man. Mr. Men's, it just is that way. I mean, I like what I like, and what I liked was the magazines. The magazines, in my opinion, because I did read a couple of the comics, the magazines, for being in black and white, somehow were a lot more gory than the colored one. Yeah, and the stories, in my opinion, were just a lot more adult oriented. There was a lot more like sex and murder and drinking and shit like that than in, you know, like I said, I just really, and I could be totally again wrong, but I just really felt like one was more adult than the other. But what are you doing, baby? Oh, she's not listening. She's listening to TV. But I will say this. I mean, it's kind of cool that those ones existed, because hopefully a lot of young kids who didn't know anything about Conan learned about Conan from reading those more youth-oriented books, you know, and that's cool. You know, that's cool. I'm a fan of that, you know. We need to get all the youngins we can into reading Conan, in my opinion. All the youngins. Be like, look, I know you're only 10, but here's some Conan comics. Forget Spider-Man and all those other lamos. We got Conan. That's where you want to be, homie. The young shaver. Little bro, you want to be reading Conan. See, now, when I was young and growing up and all that, I never found any comics based on like Clark Ashton Smith or H.P. Lovecraft stories, or I definitely would have collected those as well. You know, like a comic book version of Call of Cthulhu or The Thing on the Doorstep or whatever. I'd have been all about that, but they just didn't exist, so I couldn't be all about that. Nowadays, though, you can actually get like the Mountain of Madness and stuff like that. You can get that in a graphic novel form, but the art isn't like you would expect from a comic book. The art is freaking beautiful, you know. It's amazing. But they're pretty expensive too, you know, so I haven't gotten any of them. I did lie, though, when I said that I was lying when I said those are the only comics I've bought, because I will consider Berserk a comic. And between me and my wife, I've got almost all of them. There's still a few of them I need to get, but the Berserk manga, Shadow, I've been talking so bad about you for like 2 hours, man. But anyway, yeah, all of the Berserk comics, I have like 4 I need to get, and I have them all. And by that, I mean the big mangas, you know, the big leather looking super special books. So yeah. But they're $50 a piece or so, and so it's not like I can just isn't it? It's manga, but in my opinion, what is manga? It's just comics. It's Japanese comics, you know. Like over here, I'll get up again. Don't look at my butt, you gay dudes. That's right. Pull an Eddie Murphy on you and be like, "Ooh, I gotta move quick so you don't look at my butt." See, I don't know if he could get away with that shit nowadays, but back when he put out his comedy stuff, shit was hilarious. Gas mask filter. That's actually part of my cosplay for my Death Guard, or not Death Guard, Death Corps Creed. But these are made in France. They're called the Cimmerian. And yeah, the French, they have a name for it. What they consider their comics. Let me get up closer to you with these. The art in these books is absolutely freaking outstanding. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like it blows pretty much a lot of any other thing away. I mean, this is not comic book art. This is like,
yeah, I've heard really good things about that. Is that an English translation?
It is.
Yeah, they're called like bande dessinée or something.
Yeah, and the first story in #1 is the story where Conan has to go on the other side of the Thunder River and fight Picts.
Oh, Beyond the Black River. That's my favorite story.
Yeah, and like because there's a Pictish shaman that's summoning shit, messing things up. And then there's the second one is the Children of Jebusag. And
oh yeah, the one where the chick has to pretend to be the goddess.
But I mean, look at the level of art in these. Yeah, they only made 3, and here they are. I mean, So, or 4. They made 4. I have them all. So I've got 3 in my hand. So I don't know where the other one is. But yeah, the French, they have their own kind of animated book. And like you said, it's got that kind of name. And they're freaking really good. Here it is. I was going to say, I know that I have them all. Here's the other one. But yeah, these are practically not even comics. They're practically art pieces. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Bear sent me a bunch of they're not the French ones, but a bunch of Conan comics that were very, very cool. I've been reading those periodically. Now, I actually did see some Lovecraft stuff. There was it's some of the only comic books I read. I was like into Spider-Man and Iron Man when I was very young, but then I got into a lot of science fiction ones that were like one-off stories usually.
I have Frank Herbert's Dune, the graphic novels. There's actually 3 of them. And so I have them all because I'm a huge fan of Dune for whatever reason. Looking in here at stuff I have, this is one of my favorite things ever, though. The Life of Boris cookbook. You remember Life of Boris?
No, I think I've heard the name, but it doesn't really.
It's Boris. And he's always playing video games and talking about Slavic stuff. Well, he also does shows on how to make Slavic food. And this is his cookbook. My wife bought it for me because she knows what I like. And then I think the last thing I'm going to show off before I sit down. This is the thing that'll make, if he doesn't already have it, it'll make Shadow jealous. Let me walk it over so he can get a good look at it and feel super jealous. That's right. Yeah, the Lankmar box set. I've never opened it.
I'll be right back. I gotta let this cat out.
The cat out. The cat's like, let me out. We're gonna have problems. Yeah, I've never actually opened that Lankmar book. Maybe one day I will. Probably not. But I did buy it. And then somebody was saying if I ever get rid of any of these, they want them. And possibly that's something I need to start thinking about. Is because I have like 4 of these. And then I also have the Moldvay and the cookbook sets too. Maybe what I should do is just pick the one I really like, the one in the best shape, and just keep one of each and let the other ones go, man. I mean, and of course this one, because it's the Holmes thing, as some people call it, Blue Holmes, did not come with dice. Come with this stupid little thing of chits that you were supposed to cut out and stick in a sock or something, and then draw, you know. And it come with B2 Keep on the Borderland. So all original. I've got many of these, and by many I mean like 5.
There was a show. I think it was on Night Flight. This when I was like a teenager. And they would do like these comic books, but they weren't like superheroes. They were like self-contained science fiction stories, and they just like showed the panels, and they had voice actors. And it was introduced with Ride of the Valkyries. And I've been always trying to figure out what the hell the name of the show was because I can't remember.
Well, sounds cool.
And I can't know what else. I'm starting to wonder if I hallucinated the entire thing.
Like
No one
did I
else
hallucinate
remembers
this?
this.
Yeah, I've got a couple of box sets in here. One of my favorites. I'll never get rid of this.
Ooh,
It's the
yeah, first printing too.
yep. And you know how much I paid for this when I bought it?
Did you get it new?
No. I can show you how much I paid for it because the price tag is still on it.
Oh, that's nothing.
$2.
It cost
Of
you more
course,
than that
I
now.
bought it. I bought it 30 years ago, right? And what's weird is it came with another game that I never even knew existed in the like this. The Middle Earth adventure game.
Huh.
And it's totally different than the normal Middle Earth game. Like it doesn't use the same rules or anything. And I'm sitting here like, the hell is even this, you know? But when I bought this box, it was wrapped up, and when I opened it up, it had 2 versions of the Middle Earth role-playing game in it. So put that up. See, while I'm talking to you guys, I can like arrange some shit in the room and straighten some of this shit up because I'll be honest with you, it needs to be straightened up, some of it. Come on now. Okay, we're gonna have to move some stuff around here. Got my vampire books in here.
Hey, Cody. Hey, Squirrel.
Yeah, Squirrel and Cody. This is another box set I'll never get rid of.
Ah, Oregon Trail, the role-playing game.
Right. No, actually, it's well, no, it's basically that, isn't it?
It's Oregon Trail with automatic weapons.
Yeah. You're not getting to Oregon. You're dying of dysentery in Poland instead. Good
Yeah,
job.
a touch of the radiation sickness, just for good measure.
Yeah, I think this is the first printing, and I've got the yellow book that was like the second printing too.
Yeah, I preferred Morrow Project over that, but it was an interesting. Yeah, that's another game I made characters for and never wound up playing.
Oh, I ran this shit for like a year. The girls on the cover all got the 80s hair all feathered back and shit. Trying to figure out what's going on here with these uniforms, man.
Yeah, they look. From what I remember, they looked very Vietnam.
Yeah, well, yeah.
It was probably like based. Well, when did that come out? Like early '80s.
Yeah, something like that. It's considered to be an intermediate game complexity rating. On the back, you see like a USGI, and then you see someone who's definitely not US with a fin foul just unloading it. So, but on the front, they got the hardtop Humvee with the fucking Mark 19 mounted on top. But one thing I guess I could bitch at is like this blonde chick over here. How's she keeping her hair and her makeup done? Get out of here. Get out of here. This is World War III, man. You're in the middle of Poland. And this dude right here, his eyes are so close together. If he were to look to the left and the right without moving his head, just moving his eyeballs, they would squeak on each other. Like they would rub. I mean, that dude is definitely inbred. To get his eyes that close together, that's gotta be a genetic thing, right? But yeah, I keep a lot of my stupid box stuff. This is the cabinet of stupid box stuff, like the best sci-fi game ever made.
It's okay.
I love this.
I only played one module of that, and the module was kind of crappy.
If it was the first module, then yes.
It was the one you were like crashed on the planet. And
Yeah,
you had to, like, go do
Volturnus.
sports
God.
things, and there was a.
What a disservice this game did to itself by making that.
I remember had interesting aliens. Had those weird gleepy gloppy guys who just like
Oh
sprout.
no, I
like
love the drow sites. They're like giant bean bags.
Yeah, they're like
like
the Stay Puft
little
Marshmallow Man.
arms and shit.
And the bugs.
Those guys
The
are
bugs
awesome.
creepy.
See, spend the time just showing off what's in here. This one, I played this a lot too, actually, believe it or not. If you only have a couple of people to play with, this is the
I
perfect.
love Top Secret. That was the first game I ever ran as a game master was Top Secret.
Yep, the original. I have Top Secret SI too. But yeah, you can't play this game really with like a full group of D&D players. It really works best with a couple of people.
Yeah, it's like 2 or 3 is best for Top Secret.
Oh,
It gets unwieldy if you have more people than that. Warduke. What's that?
it's Warduke.
Never heard of Warduke.
And then if I open the Velcro up,
Aha.
it's Warduke. And he's got like different hands, so you can put like a pointing hand or fist or put weapons in his hand. He's got like 3 different weapons. And he's got the big demon shield thing, and he's all painted up and awesome looking. The flaming sword and all that. A long, long time ago, there was like a Kickstarter. And of all the D&D characters from any of the stuff, Warduke has always been my favorite. I mean, he originated in the Shady Dragon Inn expansion, and then they kind of put out some cartoons, and I think he shows up in one of the D&D. What's his name? One of the D&D cartoons. I think Warduke actually shows up.
Well,
But,
with the kids?
yeah, the one with the kids.
I
But-
never watched that. I think I caught like one episode of that.
I have all of it on a CD that my wife bought me, the whole collection. There's nothing else in here interesting, really. I've got 2nd edition Warhammer stuff, One Ring stuff, some Traveler stuff. All right, here, there's one thing, but I mean, I already told you I had it, Top Secret SI. I like this game a lot too. But again, it's a game for like you and 1 or 2 players. I mean, I can't imagine how do you work 6 people into a game about espionage and spying? At that point, you need to get the mercenary book and just play like mercenaries. But if you're going to do that, you might as well just bust out Advanced Recon.
I have Recon. That's an almost unplayable game. It's
I
a
had
great
no
source
problem
book.
playing it. Of course, it's possible I was ignoring rules and just doing my own thing. I mean, it was pretty easy for me because I just played it like a percentile-based game. So anytime the players wanted to do something, I'd be like, all right, what's your skill level? Roll under that percentile.
Yeah, I got that as part of when I won that on Max's show. I won a Palladium thing, and it took them like almost a year to get that to me because it was like out of stock for so long.
But
Ah.
I have 5 of these too. At least 5. I was just counting. I might have 6 or 7. And then this one's the rarest one I have. I think I only got 2 of these. and they have the dice.
Ooh, the yellow dice.
Yep. Those stupid freaking dice that break when you roll them. And they come with B2 Keep on the Borderland and Isle of Dread. So pretty good.
Keep on the Borderlands was a fun module. I like
Pretty good.
Borderlands.
Everything else in here is just lame shit nobody would like. Well, I do have all my Die 20 modern stuff in here. I have every book they ever put out for Die 20 modern. Because I don't know why. Somebody was talking about making a collection of all of the Kevin Crawford games. And I literally offered to give them mine. And they're like, no. Of course, my Kevin Crawford, the sci-fi game, Stars Without Numbers, has my name in the back. Where I was the Kickstarter. But instead of putting my real name, I put Let's Go, one word, Brandon. And then I looked it up to see if they let it go, and they did. And I was like, oh my God. I'm going to have to get Let's Go Brandon in here. I'm so freaking witty and awesome. 4th edition stuff down there. And then let's count, though. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5 of the Moldvay box set. And then another couple of the Holmes box. Yeah, the rarest one I own is definitely the blue box. I've only got 2 of those, the Cook version of Expert. Got 2 versions of Star Frontiers, 2 boxes of Star Frontiers, and 1 box of Nighthawks. Yeah, at some point I'm going to get rid of most of it. Just haven't figured it out yet. But before too long, I want 2 of these to be empty. Just so whether I sell it or give it away or whatever. However it works out, it's going to work out. Got like a whole unpainted dwarf army built that I'm going to end up giving away. It's for Oathmark. I built a whole army of the dwarves for Oathmark, and I'm going to end up ditching them. Yeah, now even the kind of wrecked ones, people want like $30-$40 for it. It's really kind of crazy. So what's up with Shadow? He says hi and then vanishes and fucking. What, do you have to run to the bathroom to put a tampon in his butt? I have daughters, my good man. I've been told it has something to do with if you want sons, you got to plant the seed deeper. So, yeah, I have daughters. I'm 4% Irish, and all 4% of it landed right on my junk. So, I'm running around with that angry Irish inch trying to make shit happen. But anyway, I like self-deprecating humor. The closest thing, though, I guess I could say I have a grandson. I suppose that could be an heir. And my sister had a son. And if we were doing it like the Viking way, then my heir would actually be my sister's son.
Oh, did they do the fostering thing like the Celts did?
No, they just did the straight up, I'm the king, this is my sister, and if she has a son, he becomes my heir. But my own sons do not. It was this weird thing, and not all of them did it, but for a while, that's how the heir was going to be your sister's son. James L., you were only supposed to blow the bloody doors off, right?
Yeah, the Celts, particularly the Irish, had this weird fostering system where once the kid started training in arms, like the mother would decide when he was ready to start and give him his first lessons, and then he'd be fostered over to usually either a family member or a close friend, and they would raise them from there. And then the mother would decide again when he was like ready to like actually bear arms.
Yeah, they did that to keep the peace. Because if you had a bunch of different families within one clan or whatever, it turns out that if you foster your son to one of your other nobility type chiefs, you'd be a lot less likely to attack them knowing that your young son is there.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, they might just cut his throat and chuck him over the castle wall at you. So that was the whole idea of the fostering thing. And with the Irish, it was mostly what's it called? Consensual.
Yeah, it was really
there were other people where it was not consensual.
Yeah,
like one king would whip another king's ass and take his sons.
Yeah,
and be like, "I'm raising your kids, and if you f with me, you know." So yeah. And that's something that was done not just in Ireland, but all the way to China. I mean, the Mongolians did that sometimes. They would take hostages, but yeah, Attila was raised by the Romans. Yeah. Wasn't even turned by the shampoo and conditioner. Yeah, and there was the other guy that some people nicknamed Herman the German. He was raised by the Romans.
He was a
German officer or some shit.
Yeah, he was like a general in the Roman Legion.
Yeah, I forget his name.
It starts with an A. I can't remember
like
it. There's
Atticus
a huge,
or something like that.
Yeah, there's a huge statue of him in Germany.
And then one day he went to the German tribes and was like, "Hey, check this shit out.
Yeah, I know exactly how to fuck these guys up.
I know exactly how to get these guys. Like, one, do not fight them in open ground where they can form units. Arminius, that's it.
Mm.
And thus become the Teutoburg Forest Massacre, because it was like some Romans did escape that. But yeah,
a handful. He destroyed like 2 full legions.
2 or 3, yeah. And they say for the longest time, up into the modern age, if you went into that forest, you could still find bones.
Yeah,
because of how many people died there, right? And then a lot of the Romans, if they could catch alive, they did, because the German priests would sacrifice them to their gods. And sometimes they'd nail them to trees and cut their guts out. I mean, the Germans were pretty rough.
As you do.
Well, I mean, the German religion back then was basically the Norse religion, except every deity was evil. So instead of Odin being like this wise dude with some ravens and some fucking wolves, right? Germans, Wotan was an evil son of a bitch. And Loki, instead of being a trickster, he also was an evil son of a bitch. It's like, I don't know what it was about living in Germany, but all their gods were just evil son of a bitches.
Well, even the Norse Odin version is pretty rough customer.
Well,
yeah, it's like Thor was the one people like looked to because he was the one who looked out for humans.
Well, Thor,
Odin kind of like he's only interested in humans insofar as they were useful to him.
I was reading a thing, and according to this person who is an archaeologist or something, Thor is a usurper of a god. The original ruler of the gods was Tyr.
Yeah, they like it floated
and
back
somehow
around. Yeah.
Thor become the ruler of the gods. And of course, when the Vanir and the Asgardians were both formed, the first thing they did is go to war with each other. So there's that. And according to the Norse mythology, at the end of time, Surtur is going to destroy everything. You know, like Thor will be killed by Midgard serpent. I think Odin gets killed by Fenris. And then then Surtur shows up and just kills everything, destroys the whole world. And one of the stories that they start telling after the Christianization was that Thor was going to hide a man and a woman each in a tree. And
Yeah,
after Surtur had burned everything up, the two trees would live though, and the one man and one woman would come out and repopulate.
Yeah, there was supposed to be some gods that hadn't been born yet that were going to survive, and they were going to be like in the gods of the next cycle.
Yeah, and of course, after they were Christianized, the man and the woman in the tree become Adam and Eve. So a lot of the Christianized Vikings thought that Odin and all that, they were the gods of the last.
One of my favorite stories about when they first brought Christianity over to the Vikings, they just incorporated Jesus into the pantheon. They're like, oh, okay. And there's like stories about Thor trying to like start a fight with Jesus. And he's like, no, we don't. I don't believe in that. And then, of course, the missionaries come back. Are like, what in the fuck did you do? No, that's not what we meant at all.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Squirrel Hermit and James L have been doing the 15 mil thing. I've been doing the I don't know what mil thing, James L. I think it's more like 8 mil, but here's one. I need to do the base, but I got him done today. And actually, the plasma weapon there, I need to do the triangles between the metal and like some kind of plasma blue. But that is a Saturnine Dreadnought from 30K. The new epic version, though. And then, of course, I've got a Falchion Space Marine Super Heavy Tank. I could never afford one of these in the actual size. So, luckily, they're cheap in the epic size, though. So, yeah,
they made some crazy expensive models. I remember somebody
even for epic, some of them I have. Like I've got the War Master Titan up there. It's as big as the Knights for normal 40K, even though it's for epic. It's like $100 and something bucks. Of course, I mean that and like 2 other things would be your entire army. You know what I mean? I mean, that's a thing that could literally go toe to toe with like other armies by itself, because I mean, it would be a 300-foot tall walking death machine. Would have done if they had Xenos. Yeah, that's what a lot of people are bitching about, including myself. Because one of the major battles during the before the Horus Heresy, actually, just before, was the battle against that Orc Empire. I forget what the name of it, but it was something the Arsonist, the Grand Arsonist. And it was this massive Orc Empire, and the Emperor himself led the army to fight this Orc. And I think in the end, it was Horus that killed him. You know, and this
what happened to you, Horus? You used to be cool, man.
Yeah, he went bald. And then like this guy though, he wasn't a normal orc. He was one of like the Korks that the fucking the Great Old Ones had made. So he was like, I don't know, 20 feet tall and actually smart, but still an orc. And yeah, he ended up getting killed, and they wiped out all the orcs and shattered that kingdom. And that's when the Emperor announced that he was going to be heading back to Earth and made Horus the War Master. So yes, absolutely, Eldar and orcs should be represented in Legions Imperialis. They should be 100%. And Chaos is represented in that you can just buy Space Marines and paint them up like the Chaos Legion colors and be like, yeah, these are traitors, but there's no demons, there's no cultists.
What's the point of having demons? You ain't got no cultists.
Right. And the other
fun.
thing, and this is the thing that actually tweaks me out a little bit about too, is they've made so many figures. I mean, so many different box sets, but they're yet to put out any of the Primarchs. Right? How do you have the Horus Heresy without the Primarchs? Like my beloved Blood Angels, I was showing off, right? They have to have their angel. Otherwise, what's the fucking point? You get what I'm saying? And if you're playing Sons of Horus, well, obviously, where the fuck is Horus?
Where's
Yeah,
Horus?
of course they would
Little
cost a
beanie and
shit
the
ton to
glasses.
add to your fucking army because they're as powerful as a fucking, Titan, but that's still not the point, right? The point is you should be able to field your legion of choice with the Primarch that led the legion. The old school Eldar, I actually really liked their stuff. The Orcs too. And even though you can say that the modern Eldar are better made or look nicer or something, I don't know. There was something cool about those like triangular Eldar grav sleds that had the cannon sticking out.
I always thought the Harlequins were cool. The crazy space clowns.
Yeah, but boy, I mean, I guess at Epic it wouldn't matter. You could just randomly color them different colors. But fucking 28 millimeter painting Harlequins, no thank you. I mean, talk about, I hope you're good at painting triangles and diamonds and fucking checks, because those guys are all dressed like fucking the Insane Clown Posse or some shit. I
New
mean,
York
if you-
Clan Juggalo.
yeah, if you're into that, painting up an army of fucking juggalos, knock yourself out. James, I've heard of people doing that. And the new Legions Imperialis, the rules are very similar to the original Space Marine. Not the epic, whatever, Armageddon one or whatever, but the actual original. Yeah, I have a couple of paint pens. They're the paint pens Tamiya makes so people can work on their Gundams. And yes, they do work. Now, for my Lamenter's army, what I did is I just 3D printed the shoulder pads so that the checker marks and the heart and everything were all actually molded into the shoulder pad. And that made it super easy to paint that incredibly difficult to paint freaking Lamenter's bullshit. And now I'm sad that I sold that army. But yeah, I got them though. I got one of them that's kind of a darker gray, and I got a black one. And they're super fine tip paint pens that are designed specifically. They were designed for Gundam models, but you can use them on anything. So when I decide to paint up one of my Titans and I want to paint some really fancy freaking whatever on it, checks or whatever, I'll just do it with the paint pen first and then go back and carefully. Right now I'm painting 28 millimeter D&D type figures, and they're pretty easy. I mean, like I've been working on these barbarians. And the reason is, Doc gets to hear all about now, playing Hyperborea, it turns out that a lot of the humans...
Let me check the time here. That was a long stretch without any.
Actually, before you showed up, I was talking about Hyperborea. Before Bear and Modifius got into a fight and Bear quit. And I was like, God dog it. I thought Bear should be good when he just told Modifius to fuck off. I thought, that you can end it there. But who knows? Maybe Bear was just in a mood today. People get in moods. Kind of like how Shadow's in a mood. And here I was talking to Shadow on Discord, joking around with the guy. Leaves me hanging. But,
Well, you probably just had a fresh Cabana Boy delivered.
Right.
I was put on my cape.
Hey, are you okay? Bruce told me there was some car accident.
Yeah, they're
Oh, wow.
Whenever he adds a new Cabana Boy to his collection, he has to send them through orientation, and he's got to sign away some stuff to HR and whatever. So
That'd be interesting.
James L, how you doing? No, Shadow literally said hello in the chat. And when Shadow says hello in the chat, my expectation is that he jumps in for a little while and says hi, even if he can't stay very long. It's just good manners to do if you're a bro. See, and I am under the possibly misconception that Shadow is a bro. He always has been. Unless, I've finally said something or effed with him in a way that pissed him off enough that he's like, fuck that guy. Not that I would honestly blame him. Let's be honest. I wouldn't honestly blame him if he, like the shit I say, if he were to wake up one day and be like, fuck that guy, I am never speaking to him again. I'd be like,
oh, there he is.
I'd just be like, it makes sense. I get it. I understand.
Some of us have other things to do besides hanging out with you reprobates. I was writing. It's Monday. I get no chance to write on the weekends.
Look, Monday is the one day I promise.
I'll be right back. I gotta get a coffee.
And I know what you're doing because Doc said what you're doing. You were sending a new Filipino lady boy through orientation and HR.
No.
Because apparently your dungeon has an HR department and the orientation program. Welcome to Shadow's Dungeon.
Me too, James. That was fun last night. It's
What
good
was
to be
fun
able to
last
talk to
night?
someone. Me and James L. James L. and I, we talk through Discord every couple of days, just like this, but different.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think most of the guys we know are pretty fond of James L.
Oh yeah,
the
James is the
fact
best.
that he's an Australian.
Yeah, and it's awesome having a friend who lives in a place that doesn't exist. A unique
Let's be honest.
perspective.
He could be a Turk.
He's definitely not only is he a great guy. You know what he did. He's sending me some stuff for my giveaway, so I can give away more stuff. But he's going to ship it to me so that I could then ship it to other lucky contestants on the Price is Wrong because it's free when I give away a bunch of crap later this month.
Well, Shadow, weren't you trying to say that you were trying to get your hands on the Kevin Crawford stuff?
I don't even know who that is.
Stars Without Number, Worlds Without Number.
Okay, I wouldn't mind looking at it.
Somebody said they were trying to get their hands on it.
I hear a lot about it, but I hear a lot about a lot of stuff, and I can't buy it all right this minute. I really could, but I'm not going to be crazy because I got nowhere to put it.
Just because you got money don't mean you need to be running around spending it all.
Hey, James, thanks again.
For what?
His girlfriend is taking some stuff to the post office tomorrow, so I can then give it out to lucky contestants, friends. And,
I need to go to the post
family.
office. I've got a couple of things packed up. I mean to send people.
What's up, Squirrel?
Squirrel.
Yeah. I saw you over on Brian's movie picks. He picked some really good ones, man. Like hardcore classics. There might have been like one or two that's but like I've never seen Where Eagles Dare. And I want to.
Oh,
I've got,
Where Eagles Dare is a good one.
I never seen it. I'm sure my dad talked about it, but I just never got around to it.
Yeah, I think that's Charlie Bronson, Clint Eastwood, Telly Savalas. Maybe not Clint Eastwood.
What's his name?
Lee Marvin.
Santini, Robert Duvall's in it. Yeah.
Yeah, if that's the one where they have to go
Great.
to this mountaintop like chateau and
Yeah, and save Churchill from getting kidnapped or killed or something.
yeah.
And of course, his favorite of all time is Ben Hur.
Or I might be thinking of The Eagle's Nest.
I don't know, but it surprised me. I mean, I knew it, but Brian's number one movie is Ben Hur.
Oh, Ben
That's
Hur's a
kind of-
great movie.
That's kind of a like it wouldn't be the movie that I would guess is his favorite.
Why?
Oh, just because he's not a big Bible guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he might be a big
Chuck
Jerry
Heston
guy.
fan. No, that's true. Or Chuck Heston fan.
I mean,
I didn't know they wrote a song about it.
Charlie Chest, he was definitely worth being a fan of.
Yeah.
Heston.
He's my favorite actor of all time, and I don't have there aren't a lot of actors that I can stomach these days anymore. I'm getting less and less able to I who am I kidding? If I find out that someone has done something heinous, it's hard for me to forgive them and
I
like
got it.
appreciate their art, so to speak. It's like the same with me. Like if you guys all found out I was I'd done some heinous shit, I wouldn't expect you guys to forgive me and just it's cool, dude. Just keep on making videos, blah blah blah.
Oh,
We'll
I'd
do
forgive you, but that doesn't mean that I would
welcome me on the show,
what you had done. You know what I mean?
or want to associate with. You know what I mean?
Right,
if I find out
right.
someone's done anything with,
But I
kids,
would forgive you, obviously. I mean,
right?
that goes without saying.
But
I'd
when
even
they're
pray for you and hope that you overcome whatever the fucking demon has you possessed.
yeah, I would appreciate that. But I don't think it's I pray for all.
Nate wrote a song about if it is ever anything that ever happened in history, there's a good chance Iron Maiden wrote a song about it. They were the history nerds of fucking metal all throughout the 80s and 90s. It was like they
Yeah,
sang
my dad
about
always wanted me to
submarines
watch
and
that one,
U-boats and
and
the
I watched it
Soviet
one
Union
time, and I was so young that I don't remember anything about Lawrence Arabia except that one scene of the Mirage off in the distance.
I didn't care for it, but some people might have.
Yeah, but I mean, he had me watch all kinds of good movies over the years.
Well, 1984, you don't got to watch that movie anymore because we're basically already living it.
I
You got
think
in other countries way worse than us, but we're not that far behind. So,
So what's new with you, Doc?
I can say this, though. Doc, go ahead.
Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. Working, not sleeping nearly enough. Trying
Okay,
to keep
here's what I
myself low on
can
caffeine.
say. In 1984, the War Department was called the Department of Peace, the Ministry of Peace. In America, we used to call it the Department of what the fuck ever, but now it's the War Department.
Yeah, it was Defense Department for a long time.
Defense. So you can argue that 1984 took a hit there because all the ministries in 1984, especially on Airstrip 1, were named the opposite of what they did. So you had the Ministry of Love, the Ministry of whatever, the Ministry of Peace, the Ministry of this, the Ministry of that, and whatever their name was, it was the opposite. So yeah.
Well,
So
the
by
Biden
changing our-
administration did their part to try to create their own ministry of truth there for a while.
They did. They were trying. So by whoever idea it was to go back to the original name of the Department of Defense, which was always the Department of War. I mean, that's a good thing because it lets everybody know exactly what that department's about. Kicking people's ass in wars.
Department
So-
of ass kicking.
Yep. But no, I didn't really care for Lawrence of Arabia so much. I cried when I watched Gallipoli the first time, but I was young.
I like Lawrence of Arabia. It's great visually, especially you need to watch on a big widescreen Lawrence of Arabia to get the effect. If you watch on regular TV, you're losing so much of it.
Dude, when Mel Gibson wrote the letter and stuck it to the side of the trench with his bayonet before they were ordered to go over the top against the Turkish machine gun positions, that was heartbreaking. And all those Australians go over the top and get fucking mowed down by Turkish machine guns. And then it ended up the English had landed their troops somewhere the Turks weren't even near. So their whole plot had been the British were using the attack at Gallipoli as a distraction against where they were landing British troops. They didn't need to do it. But
They're
it didn't
just
matter.
Australians.
But it didn't matter. All those Australians died. And I was just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that was awful. The way he's running up with the cancel orders. He like gets there just as they're going over. Yeah, that was brutal.
Yeah. So how's your writing coming, Shadow?
Good. I think I wrote about 10 pages of character bios for the NPCs and the usual,
Nice.
and some editing and stuff like that. But when I was about 10 pages done, maybe less, because there's some big gaps.
Well, you're lagging, obviously, but I do want to
yeah.
say this. If no one has told you today, I want to tell you, your hair looks absolutely amazing. Very,
Thanks.
very nice. Yeah, the Charge of the Light Brigade, which of course Iron Maiden did a song about. Because Iron Maiden does a song about, like I said, pretty much every historical thing. They did a song about Alexander. It's called Alexander the Great. What else? They did the song about the U-boats, about the Battle of Britain, about ancient Egypt, fucking the Rime of the Ancient Mariner.
Yeah, their Dune song.
Yeah. I mean, those dudes were just like pillow talk, LOL. No squirrel. Don't make it gay. You know, here's the thing. When grown men are comfortable with themselves, they don't feel like it's gay to let another grown man know that they're doing well. They look good, whatever, you know. Shadow's got the nicest hair of anyone I know, and I'm including a lot of the women in that. I used to have hair like that. That's why I talked shit about the goth meme that Oven did.
Mhm.
Because when I was in the goth scene, I had hair like yours, but it was black because my natural hair color is black. I did not wear facial hair except for the mustache goatee look,
Mhm.
which accentuated the labrae piercing I had here. Did not wear glasses because that happened when I turned 50 about.
Mhm.
It's like I woke up one day and I couldn't read. And I was like, well, what the fuck is this? Went to the eye doctor guy and he's like, oh, yeah, your eyes are effed up. I'm like, well, nice. It was like one day they were fine and the next day they were fucked.
I used to have long black hair back in the day as well.
Yeah, but mine was natural. Not
Yeah,
that I think that there's anything wrong with you busting out the black number one. I mean, you got to do what you got to do.
Yep.
I got to run, guys. I got to take care of some stuff before sleepy time.
Well, thanks for
didn't sleep
dropping
last
in,
night.
Doc.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pop out as well. I got Jackie
Catch you all
home in
later.
5 minutes.
Well, if you two are going to pop out, since I've been bullshitting around for 4 hours, I'm
No,
going
you're
to
going
go.
like
okay,
that.
plus I got a game in an hour, so I gotta get ready. But I stopped by to say hi. I saw you flipping me shit, so I had to come in and
James L., if you hadn't got mad at me and quit my Discord, you'd get to see all the fucking memes, and they're pretty spicy. Okay.
James L wants to jump in and mock you
He
for being
used
a
to be
god.
on my Discord, and I guess I pissed him off and he quit the Discord.
So-
And that's
so-
his problem. Because now
me
I've
or-
got a guy on my Discord who makes it the
No, that
purpose
ain't
of
me.
his life to make
That's me.
fucked up
Yeah, I gotta go, guys.
involving me and Shadow and Bear. And
James L
Hey.
James L wants the link. He wants to pop in and chat with you. So
I will catch you guys later.
if you don't want to end the stream, James.
I'm in the
James,
stream.
I'll see
I'm
you guys when I
hungry.
see you.
There's something in the fridge. I'm
It
going
was
to
really good, Mobius. Jackie ruled that spot at the podium as MC, and he himself walked away with 5 awards as well.
nice.
So yeah, and there'll be another one at the end of the year where you'll probably do it again. He was really good, really commanding, and really authoritative. You know, holding that position and telling people to shut up and sit down and that sort of thing. But I will see you guys probably tomorrow, if not later tonight. Take care, guys.
Won't be seeing me later tonight. After this, I will be probably going to bed. But anyway, because I go to bed early. And it's still cold down here, guys. Just FYI. Let me look real quick so I can tell you what's actually what. Yeah, it's 40 something degrees in Florida. That's not fucking cool. Your Discord is all USA bullshit. Hey, you're just jealous because you're like baby USA, except you didn't have enough balls to actually fight the British. You just begged them to be free. And eventually they felt bad and they're like, fine. Also, you need to go to your government and be like, hey, you know that Bill of Rights America has? Could we get a little bit of that? That'd be nice. You know, a little bit of free speech, a little bit of gun ownership, a little bit of personal private property rights. It's so weird because you have England and they were forced to sign the Magna Carta during the Barons War, which I bought a shit ton of miniatures for. Like, here's my box of knights for Barons War. And then you have all of these Commonwealth countries, including America, that kind of split away from England and took English common law and made it our thing, right? Except of all of the former Commonwealth countries, we're the only ones that actually guaranteed our citizenry any rights at all. Like the British citizens have no fucking rights, which is why they throw 3,000 plus of them into jail for, memes and Facebook posts. Australia has no freedom, which is why during COVID, they were literally just locking fuckers up. Canada has no freedom. You can't do shit up there. Like, even, if you say the wrong shit, people are coming to your door to put you in jail. Literally, New Zealand, no freedom. Literally every Commonwealth country except the United States just bent over and tuck it right up the fucking Hershey Highway. And I'm just sitting over here being like, come on, man. We are all ethnically cousins. We all are derived from, Europe, the British Isles, wherever. The fuck happened? The fuck happened to you guys? Like, so there's one shooting in Australia and they force everybody to turn in their guns, and anybody who won't do it, they just shoot. A lot of you might not know this, but the guy they based Crocodile Dundee on was killed by his own government because he refused to turn over his rifles. Yeah, nice. So while I will not say America is a perfect country, and I will not say that the rest of the Commonwealth or former British countries don't have things that might even be better than America. I will point out that we have a Bill of Rights. And depending on what state you're in, they actually enforce it. So like here in Florida, when they were trying to do all that COVID bullshit, yeah, our state was like, no, we're not doing any of that. Fuck yourselves. Part of me is coffee creamer. I have no response because yes, my wife did make me some coffee today, and yes, it did have creamer in it. So you're not wrong. I know, James L., and I'm just saying, and I said this to Dark Knight of Hibernia, and I said this to Chris, my bro from Britain. I'm like, why haven't you guys just got together and been like, America's got this really nifty Bill of Rights thing, and we feel like we need that too. Would it be easy? No, it's not going to be easy, because the people who think you're just slaves that they can roll over like you're a bunch of peasants, they're going to fight you tooth and nail. But you could do this through your own electoral system. If you hit the streets and you really fucking made it happen, one day you guys could actually have protected rights, saying that you could say what the fuck you want without going to jail. I mean, short of threatening to kill people, that'll get you thrown in jail everywhere. That you could own a respectable amount of weapons. I'm not saying everybody should be walking around with, a belt-fed machine gun. That you could own property and cops can't come onto your shit without a warrant. Just typical shit that Americans take for granted, and yet all of Europe has decided they don't want. And Australia, which is just southern, way south, hot, full of dinosaur Europe, kind of. And New Zealand, which for some reason thinks they're better than Australia. Yeah, it makes no sense. You would have thought when America occupied Germany after World War II, we would have been like, here's our Constitution and Bill of Rights. This is how you live now. They'd have been way better off. But the problem is the U.S., we're always wanting to let people make their own minds up about shit. We should have did that in Afghanistan too. Rolled in and been like, here's your Constitution. Here's your Bill of Rights. Keep fucking around and you will find out. Build a couple of Christian cathedrals and shit. Told the people, if you want to become Christian, you can, or you can stay Muslim, whatever. I mean, that's our biggest problem with the Middle East. We go into these countries and then we're like, yeah, we're going to try to make these guys different, but we're going to let them hang on to their Bronze Age fucking stupid religion. And then we're surprised when they don't change. They continue to, cut bits off of women and be dicks. And it's like, it's not their government, homie. But anyway, that's just a little bit of whatever. James, I hope you get something, man, because while you might not agree with me on the gun stuff and whatever. Yeah, you can own guns. You just can't own guns like I can own guns. See? You know how I've been showing you guys stuff off today? You can own guns. Drop the magazine. You cannot own this gun or any gun similar to this or any gun that even functions in the way this gun functions. Which is funny because I know it looks scary, guys, but it's a semi-automatic rifle. That's it. This is not a warfighter's rifle. I've carried them in war. This is a semi-automatic rifle. This one's specifically designed to take out deer. So it's not 5.56. It actually fires a 7.62. How did I not lock that magazine in. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, this is firing a 7.62 round. So excellent for deer. I would never try to use this for home defense. For home defense, I'm definitely going to use a, I definitely use my Remington 12 gauge. Honest. You see me doing this? I'm so used to my AK that I was trying to hit the tab to drop the magazine. I forgot AR is up here. And just so everybody knows how safe I am, guys, this is not loaded. But you can see because it fires 308 or 7.62 rounds, instead of racking it back here like a normal AR, it slides like an AK here. And 7.62 is kind of a lie because what it actually fires is blackout. So it fires a 300 blackout, which is 7.62 by 41. And all of the rounds that I actually use are subsonic. And why would I want to use subsonic rounds? Well, because when you go to the range to fire this bitch, it's pretty quiet. But see, you guys can't have that. And I could show you my AK-74N. You can't have that. My Palmetto arms. Cheap replica of a Scar 1. You can't have that. If I ever get enough money saved up to buy the American-made Venturez 9mm long, you can't have that. And yet, this rifle is a civilian firearm. It looks scary. I know you guys see all this black aluminum and you're like, holy shit, that looks scary. But there's nothing scary about this. Unless you're an idiot. Yeah, this is 100% a civilian rifle. As a matter of fact, some people will actually take the receiver and upper of these and then put them in wood, all wood. And it's funny because when like the lefties that are all freaking out about these AR series rifles, when they see them all in wood, they're all like, oh no, that looks like a normal rifle. You know, it's got like a little 5-round clip in there, and they're like, magazine, not clip. And they're all like, oh yeah, that's perfectly fine. But then when they see it in black hardware, they're like, oh shit, that's a war rifle. I would hate to be sent to war with this. This is not a war rifle. Actually, never mind. This could be. I mean, that ACOG sight on it and everything, yeah, you could probably handle some business with it. But if I had to actually get into like a scrap with somebody that required a rifle, I'd definitely grab my AK. I love my AK, and I love the fact that ammo for the 5.45 used to be so dirt cheap. So I bought so many surplus Spam cans, and they come like 1,400 rounds to a Spam can, which I burned through quite a bit of it just fucking around at the range. But man, love the AK. Just big fun. And then for pistols, I carry a Glock 19. A lot of times, especially if I'm out in the woods, I carry a Glock 19. But if I'm going to like the supermarket or something with the wife, I carry a Smith & Wesson Hellcat, which is a tiny little pistol, but it still holds 15 rounds in a double stack magazine. Yeah, but that is the nature of things, James L., but it doesn't have to be. Making you jealous, Mobius? I thought you guys could have ARs in Canada. Did they change that all of a sudden? Because I 100% thought the Canadians could have ARs. Because like I said, it's a semi-auto rifle, and I know a lot of Canadian people are way into hunting and shit. And plus, when you live in a country where polar bears are an actual thing, you may want to be able to carry a firearm. This bad boy set me back about $1,200, but I don't have it out to show you. You know how with an AR you can just pop the back pin, like right back here, right? You pop the back pin, and the upper will fold over. And if I want, I can pop the front pin, and this whole upper comes off, and then I'm just holding the bottom of it, right? Well, I have another upper chambered in 5.56 that will fit right on this, and 300 Blackout and 5.56 use the exact same magazine, the exact same bolt, everything. So depending on how I'm feeling on any particular day, I could put 5.56, which in American terms is 233, or 300 Blackout, which in commie terms is 7.62 in this thing. This is was made in Hebron, Kentucky. It is called the AM-15 Multi-Cow. Yeah. Now this grip here, I'll probably replace with a SAW 249 grip, which is a little bigger, a little bit softer, and fits my hand a little better, but I haven't done it yet. Now this Saturn scope up top here, which has a it's a ×3, and it has all the markings in it for range and windage and everything, and it's got like glow in the dark sight. Cost almost about half as much as the rifle itself. I had it in here cleaning it the other day. Yeah, in countries like Canada, Australia, Alaska. I mean, I'll tell you what, when I was up in Alaska, no one went anywhere without a fucking big iron on their hip, 357 or bigger. Because if you're walking around and Mr. Brown Bear, that big grizz, decides it's just going to bend you over and eat your ass, you're not pulling a Glock out on that guy. 9mm rounds, one of those big bastards will run right through your 9mm and eat your face off while you're standing there. Partial to the 223. Well, it's what I carried for half of my military career. M16A2. I trained with the standard M16, like from Vietnam. This thing was fucking old. And then when I become a rifleman, I got an M16A2. But the whole time I was stationed with 3-7 Infantry, I was using the medium machine gun. So 249 was the thing at first. And then later on, we ended up getting 240s, I think, the 7.62 NATO variant. And because I was kind of a big guy, they're like, you carried the machine gun. I was like, all right, fine. Now, my dream was to be the grenadier in the squad and carry that 203, man. Love that 203. Which the 203 is not the grenade launcher. It only becomes a 203 when it's attached to the M16. When it's separate, it's called something totally different. Yeah, Florida said, oh, I see your castle law, and I'm going to add a good Samaritan law and a stand your ground law, which basically means if somebody busts in my house, I can shoot them on the spot. If somebody threatens me in public and I feel like fearful that they're going to seriously hurt me, I can shoot them on the spot. Or, and this is where it gets nuts, if I see someone else getting attacked like they're going to be killed, I can shoot the guy attacking them on the spot. That's our good Samaritan thing. So if you see gang members like beating the fuck out of an 80-year-old grandma, you can go ahead and handle that business and not go to prison. I mean, you better hire a good lawyer in any case. Don't let me make it seem like the cops are going to show up and be like, oh, go home. No. In each case, hire the best lawyer you can buy, just in case you run into a fuckhead of a DA that wants to try to be a fuckhead, you know? But, yeah. Yeah. I mean, always get the best lawyer you can. But the reason you want the best lawyer you can is so that you can make sure that if you run into a shady prosecutor or something, and they do exist, that your lawyer can inform them that you did not break the law, blah, 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 and then you get to go home. And going home is the whole point, right, guys? Going home, that's the whole point. Is this fucking, you know, I mean, self-defense sucks. There's no point in self-defense if by doing the self-defense, you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison. I mean, at that point, you might as well let the person trying to kill you do it. We have a law about your knife. Like, it can only be so big, but this is how big it can be legally. I think that's 4 inches. I'd have to hold it next to my penis to be sure that's 4 inches, but yeah. So it is 100% legal in the state of Florida to carry this. But yeah, cops, if they see it, they're going to ask you what you're doing. But Florida has some other weird laws too. Like, you're not supposed to carry rifles and shit around just wherever you want. Whereas anybody can carry pistols as long as they're concealed. But if you say you're going fishing or hiking, you can carry a semi-auto rifle and a knife of any size you want, as long as you're going fishing or hiking. Now, if you're going fishing in a place like in the middle of a city, like the lakefront of Orlando, Lake Eola or some shit, while you would 100% be well within your rights to have your semi-automatic rifle and your giant fucking Bowie knife there, the cops are still going to be pretty pissed off about it. And they will probably nicely ask you to fucking move on, go home or something. Even though you are not breaking a rule, they're still going to be like, you're in the middle of the city, fishing in this fucking lake here, surrounded by a city park with an AK or an AR or something. They're not going to like that at all. But if, like, you're up in Kentucky, you know, where I live, and you go down to fucking, say, Rock Creek or something, and there's no one living within 50 miles of you, you can basically carry any fucking thing you want, you know. If wildlife happen upon you, and the odds of that are astronomical, I've never had them happen on me. I mean, they're going to be like, what you doing? And you're like, I'm fishing. And they're like, look at your weapons and stuff. And they'll be like, well, okay. And they'll leave because they know you're out in the middle of the fucking woods. Like, you're going to be out in the woods 50 miles from anything with nothing? Fuck that. Yeah, Ohio, Pennsylvania, they have stupid laws up there, man. Michigan, laws where somebody breaks into your house and you shoot them and they don't die, so they sue you and end up owning your house. It's like, how in the fuck did that happen? So while I was giving my Commonwealth brethren a little ration of shit, we got stupid states here too. I mean, we really do. We got, like, New York just tried to make owning guns illegal entirely. Until, like, last year, they were told, guess what? You're not allowed to do that. Because, and they're learning now under this administration too, it turns out that cities and states can't pass laws that directly go against federal law. So a city or state cannot claim to be a sanctuary state because that goes against the Supremacy Clause, and it goes against the Alien Whatever Act, which means, the sanctuary laws are null and void. They're not real things. And no matter how much like the blue states claim, we have sanctuary laws. Well, it means they're going against the actual federal law. And if our president were less of a patient individual, he could declare the Insurrection Act, arrest the leaders of the states that are trying to do all this shit and try them for treason, which is what I would do. And it's what they would do if they had the power to do it. But the problem in America is the so-called right-leaning Republicans are a bunch of pussies, because the Democrats would do it in a heartbeat if they thought they could. I mean, they tried to throw Trump in prison for nothing. They're threatening him with 400 fucking years in prison, right? But for some reason, Republicans are like, oh, we can't do that. No, fuck that. If I were the president, I'd have the actual Marines in Minnesota arresting every motherfucker on their police force up. Like any cop that I found out had dispatched an ICE thing, but then didn't go. Yeah, he'd be going to prison. And the dispatcher that told him not to go, he'd be going to prison. And her boss, prison, all the way up. Everyone involved with this fucking controversy, this fucking corruption, every one of them, all of them to prison. Mamdani, I'd put that motherfucker under the prison. But for some reason, it's the same always, though. The leftists do all the crazy shit, and then the rights we're going to take the high ground, and no, fuck that. You can't beat the commies by taking the high ground. You got to be just as fucking scummy as they are. But so that's me complaining about my own country for you guys that, might feel away because I talk shit about your country. My own country's fucked up too. But it's because we try to be too nice. Like right-leaning people like me aren't out on the street acting like assholes. And the reason is because we got bare shit to do. But the lefties out here attacking everyone, and then the media saying, oh, it's a peaceful protest. And it's like, yeah, but yes, in the United States, you do have a right to assemble and a right to protest. You do not have the right to attack people or law enforcement or stand in a street and block traffic or bust into a church screaming and carrying on. But for some reason, people on the right think that all of these actions are covered by the First Amendment. And it's like, but none of them are. So as I said, yeah, Minnesota, Chicago, New York, California, the whole state of fucking California, they are all guilty of insurrection, every one of them. And every time I hear somebody whine about January 6th, it's like, well, I don't remember the January 6th guys burning half of the fucking country down with mostly peaceful protests, fiery but mostly peaceful protests. I swear to God, these commies, if they weren't fucking hypocrites, they wouldn't know what to be. But anyway, I think I already ended the stream a long time ago. So now I'm just going to fucking actually end it and go on about my way. Maybe I'll find some whores in a video game to turn into good Orthodox trad wives.